closed session for July 1st, 2025 for Barstow City Council and Barstow Fire Protection District to order at 6 p.m. Please rise and follow me in a pledge of allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, could we have roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Rose is absent, but all other members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited. If you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, please so indicate by filling out a speaker request card and hand it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics, as your elected governing board, we will remember the Code of Ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Public comments of closed session. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters on the closed session agenda and within the city jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on items 1 or 2?
Yes, we have one, Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. I wanted to speak on 2 issues, but the city attorney is not. The city attorney is normally here. On the 3rd, you had a closed session meeting. They didn't report out what happened after the meeting. And on the 17th, you had a closed session meeting after the meeting, and nobody reported out. So is there any way by the next meeting we could have someone report out what happened in those 2 meetings? Because the attorney that's here was not here at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
We have no other comment.
Thank you. I will take that to the attorney and get back to you on that. Okay. With that, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved. And I second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Councilmember Noble. I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. With that, we'll go into closed session. Please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, the record should reflect that the council recessed into closed session at 6:05. All members of the city council were present for all items on the closed session agenda for this evening. The council discussed both items on the agenda. As to item 2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, a briefing was provided, direction was provided, and no additional reportable action was taken. As to item 1, conference with labor negotiators, that item was discussed but not completed, and the council will recess back into closed session, time permitting, this evening. As for the request earlier regarding the meeting on June 3rd and the meeting on June 17th, I do have a report from closed session for those two meetings, if you'd like to hear that, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
As to the items on June 3rd, the council met in closed session, and there was no reportable action taken. As for the items on June 17th, the items on that also, there was no reportable action from closed session. That concludes the report.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, please show that the Mayor Pro Tem joined us in closed session at 6:06. Okay, it's 7 o'clock. And if we could, where are we at? We'll call this meeting to order for July 1st, 2025 at 7 o'clock for Barstow City Council and Barstow Fire Protection District. Please all stand for invocation. We're going to have Pastor Dave Samples this evening.
All right, good evening. Let's open up in prayer. Father, in Jesus' name, Lord, we thank you for the many blessings that you've given to us. Lord, we're not only blessed to live in the United States, but we're blessed to call Barstow our home. Lord, I pray for our leaders tonight, for our mayor and council members. I pray that you would give them the wisdom they need to lead us in the right direction. And I pray that they would lead based off of the instructions in your holy word. I pray for our law enforcement and first responders, that you would keep them safe and give them wisdom in every situation. I also pray for the citizens of Barstow, that we would live in unity and harmony with one another, that the love of God would be shed abroad in our hearts, and that we would work together to make Barstow a blessed city. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hernandez, would you please lead us in our pledge?
Thank you. Join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, will we have roll call, please?
Yes, roll call is complete and all members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited. If you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, including any item on the consent calendar, please so indicate by filling out a speaker request card and hand it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics. As your elected governing board, we will remember the Code of Ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this council meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Review and approval of the agenda. This is the time for the members of the governing board to call for rearranging the order of the agenda, adding items, or removing items from the agenda, or removing items from the consent calendar for discussion and/or separate action. Items may only be added to the agenda as allowed by state law, including Government Code Section 54954.2, Subdivision B, allowing emergency items to be added by majority vote and allowing items that arose to the city's attention after the agenda posting deadline, but which require immediate action, to be added by a 2/3 vote of the council members present at the meeting, or if less than two-thirds of council members are present, a unanimous vote of those members present. I'll call for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Rose. I'll call for the vote.
And the motion to approve the agenda passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to presentations. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I will turn it over to Community Development Director Hildreth to introduce this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I want to introduce Mary Wilbon, who is the Code Compliance Supervisor, who will lead this presentation, and then afterwards we'll be open for any questions or from Council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council and Ms. Clayton and Mr. Hildreth and my fellow coworkers this evening. It's always a pleasure to come in and speak with the public as well as my coworkers about the Department of Code Compliance. My name is Mary Wilbon. I am the supervisor here, and I have been since 2009. So this is our motto in code enforcement. It's improving our community by proactively affecting change. What is code enforcement? We're simply just that, enforcing the code. We use the term compliance because that's honestly what we're looking for here. We would prefer you to comply versus us have to move forward with the enforcement process. Staff is proactive. We are not reactive, meaning that we have assigned beats. We go out, we identify code violations, and then we request the landowner to bring that site into compliance. Our goal, as I shared before, is compliance. Once a violation is noted, the responsible parties for that property are then notified in writing with a notice of violation, and the violation, the ordinance rather that they are violating is identified. So we try to explain it to them as best as possible when we bring something to someone's attention. And then from this point forward, the case commences. So what provides us the authority to enforce? Simply the municipal code. So where is our municipal code? It's located in our city's website, and it's open to the public at any time under barstowca.org. What is an ordinance? It is basically a law that has been created by the staff, and then it's approved by the city council. The city does have a rules and policies meeting where the public is welcome to attend, where you can come in, offer your insight, your opinion, whether you believe this ordinance should be generated, should be modified, should be deleted. This is a program that the city offers, a policy meeting. In addition, the city also adopts the ability to enforce laws generated by the state and national levels, such as the Uniform Housing Code, California Fire Code, National Electrical Code. In fact, this is where enforcement measures such as the Christmas lights come into play, which articulate in those laws the 90-day window to remove those Christmas lights after that time frame has expired. The other item that these type of laws cover are the window cooler units, and also bars on windows. So if you have something in a window or a bar, basically what we're asking is when we're out on an inspection, do you have more than one window in that room? If you do, then the bars have to come down, or they have to be an emergency release if there's only one window in a room. But if there's two, then you can do one or the other. If you want a window cooler unit, it's always best to come in and speak with your building department or give them a call, because if you're going to punch it through the stucco of the house, that does require a permit. And then there's laws that come into play, and we'll discuss those further with regards to the dimensions of the windows and if those are being blocked by these cooling systems. So this is what code will bring to the attention of the homeowner, and we'll oftentimes we'll bring it to the attention of the building inspectors too when we're out and about. So here's some examples of some of the codes that are outside of the Barstow Municipal. For example, the National Electrical Code. This again is the one that is referring to Christmas lights. And as it shares with you in this law, it's a temporary lighting, temporary decorative lighting. It is to come down, okay? Another law is the 2022 California Fire Code, where it talks about emergency escape and rescue openings. So again, if you're having a property and you're putting bars on the window for safety, if those don't have an emergency release and there's not more than one window in that room for someone to exit, this is why we're asking you to address that. Also in the fire code, another topic that comes up is, as shared before, those window cooler units. So you see in this house, they have two. You also see in the dimensions of those windows that cooling unit takes up most of that window unit. And again, if that door that straddles those two windows isn't in that room, then you're blocking someone from getting out of that structure. So it becomes an egress issue. So the benefit of a notice of violation, which is our first form of communication, is to educate, to share, to introduce ourselves, to provide all of our information for the greater public of whom we're contacting to be able to get a hold of us and ask questions if they don't understand what it is we're asking from them. If folks stay silent, there's no motion, we go back to check on the property and nothing has moved, we've heard from no one, then we're going to progress with that file. And per the code, we can through administrative citations. The first one is for 100, second 200, third 500. From there, if we're still not getting anywhere, and of course in the middle of all of this, we're looking for phone numbers, email addresses, we're driving by, we're trying to find you to get your attention to the code violation we've identified. If we still have no communication, then we will pass it over to our city prosecutor for further research, asking that they send a formal letter stating it's their understanding we're trying to reach out to them, and if they continue to stand down, then eventually the case could potentially go to court. All violations of a Barstow Municipal Code can be considered a misdemeanor. Common offenses. So honestly, I'll be real honest. Weeds haven't been too bad this year, but weeds are an issue. And where we see them are easements. A lot of folks don't realize the easements are your responsibility to clean, which is that section where your utility pole is sometimes in neighborhoods behind homes. You need to keep that clean, free and clear of weeds, dead vegetation. We do see a lot of dead, dry vegetation. So just take an assessment of your property. If you have weeds, you have something that's dying, trim it down. If you're trying to bring it back to life, just give it a good haircut and some water and see what happens. Inoperative vehicles, we hear all the time, well, it's my driveway, it's my property. Well, there is an ordinance that states if your vehicle is not legally registered and fully functioning, it will go inside a garage. We do operate in the spirit of the law on this, so if it looks like you just rolled in from the grocery store, we're not going to address the car. We have bigger fish to fry. So the other topics that we see a lot are the visible garbage cans. What do we mean by that? The ordinance says, again, it's not to be visible from the street. Once more, we try to stick with the spirit of the law, just try to roll them behind the setback. Don't store them in the street, don't have them at your garage door, don't have them at your front door. Try to put them behind the setback of your home. Dog waste, pick up after your dogs, please, especially in the summer. The smell is horrific. Illegal dumping, off the hook. We get calls all the time from private landowners. I was illegally dumped on, have the city come out and clean it, you come out and clean it. No, that's not how that works. Unfortunately, you are a victim of a crime, and then now you're responsible for the cleanup, and that's why it's called a crime. It's sad. It's just like when you get your window broken in a vandalism on a car. The city does not repair that window, you do. So it's the same concept, but it is quite sad. The city does have a lot of ways to get rid of waste, and yet illegal dumping is just off the hook. Property identification, your law enforcement and your fire like to see that. Because if you're dialing 911 and you want their response and they're out there having to figure out, does this block go by 10s, go by 4s, where's the address? Have it clear. Make it to where your law enforcement and fire can see from the right-of-way what your address is. Visible debris, waste, personal property being stored outside, all of those things are super common with regards to code enforcement. And then the last one is more in the commercial world. We do work with the businesses. We work with our licensing department. We do go out, make contact. We do call businesses. We send notices to businesses, especially when we hear that there's someone operating and they're operating without a license. We hear a lot of this from social media complaints. People are operating, they put their information out there, and we go follow up on it, and yep, there's a business. And then also usually they've already put their signs up and they've obtained no permits or approvals from community development on that. The enforcement measures that we've discussed thus far seem simple enough and successfully work when there are no outstanding obstacles. An example of an obstacle would be that when the landowners of record are deceased. So when a landowner of record is deceased, who is responsible to cure those code violations? Is it the city? That's an absolutely great question. Why doesn't the city take the wheel and cure the ordinance violations present on these sites? First, property is considered your due process. Therefore, one cannot just take over your property. The courts would have to be petitioned to gain access to cure the issues at the site, and if the courts are petitioned and a warrant is gained, then the cleanup process begins. But who's paying for that? We are, the city of Barstow. And do we recoup that cost? Yes and no. It depends. A lien is typically placed on the property right afterwards. Sometimes it is paid by the parties if we get their attention prior to the lien process. And then once it's placed on lien, unless they're paying their property taxes or the house goes into escrow and is sold, sometimes we don't recoup the costs. Or if we have a lot of liens on a parcel from different entities like trash and sewer, we may only recoup a portion of that debt. The city taking on all of this in the same condition would not be cost effective. Hence, when we're looking for warrants, it's absolutely necessary that before we go for that warrant, that we exhaust all the efforts. So that's why we do our due diligence to try to get a hold of you in all fashions possible before we seek court and to obtain that abatement warrant. Another example would be a landlord-tenant situation. This is super common, especially in California, since a tenant may occupy a property legally in 6 weeks if landowners are not checking on their property. It is important that landowners are visiting their sites every 5 weeks and that they need to make sure that they all of a sudden don't have tenants. If landowners do find themselves in these situations, it's usually a squatter situation, they don't know who's even living in the property, then the process begins for them to have to go through the legal eviction. The tenant, unfortunately, usually has the upper hand as the landowner goes through all the court processes, gets the approval, gets the lockout date, gets the property cleaned up. It's very tedious for these landowners. In the meantime, the public thinks no one's doing anything. Unfortunately, code enforcement, when a landowner is in a court order, we can't go after them. They're waiting for the legal process to be exhausted before that they can go in and clean up the property. So this period of time can be quite extensive while a landowner is going through this. And we do see this quite often. We also see where if they're not a squatter, they rent to person one, and then person one subleases to person two, and the owner never knows. So those are some of the scenarios that we hear from landowners once we make contact them about some active code violations on their property. Some other minor roadblocks that we run into is people recording their property incorrectly. They record it if they're a landowner, but they have a rental. They record it where the mail comes to the site. So then the process begins on trying to identify how do we get a hold of them. So we're always encouraging people, make sure you record your property to the mailing address you want us to reach you by, because legally we only have to go to the address that's recorded on file, but half the time that's not the correct information. So that causes quite the search for code enforcement. The same with if your property's in an LLC, if it's in a trust. There's all type of avenues that we sometimes have to go down to determine who is actually responsible for the property. The same when a property's in a foreclosure, landowners move out of state, they think the bank's taken over, the bank hasn't done anything. We have to find out who the bank is. That doesn't exactly show up on a property record. So there's quite a bit of searching when it comes to trying to find the responsible parties. Death is another one, health is another one, financial. We all are human beings. We're all very, aware that people have lives and problems going on. So code enforcement officers do take into consideration these circumstances and try as we best can to operate within the spirit versus the letter. And the other one that delays us a lot of times is insurance situations. So if you have damage to your property, your porch falls, you have a fire, sometimes it takes forever for those insurance companies to do their assessments. Therefore, it sits until these landowners have the clearance to go ahead and move forward and abate. Vacant houses is just never ending with the people breaking into them. You would just hope that folks would stay off of something that doesn't belong to them. But trespassing is a constant epidemic. For those that are doing the trespassing, the damage that they're causing is just really unnecessary. And in addition, the landowners that have these vacant properties, if they're not checking them, securing them properly, it's just an attractive nuisance, and we constantly are chasing this. Only our building official has the authority to come in and board properties. We do hear that a lot. Why doesn't code enforcement go over there and just board it? We don't have the authority to do that. If it's exigent, the building official can do that. But again, it has to be exigent. So just because a property is unsecured doesn't mean we're going to run over there and do a board up. There's reaching out, finding out what's going on, trying to get these landowners to be responsible. And in the meantime, dealing with the trespasser, educating them on the fact they have no rights at the property, they need to stay off the property, dealing with trespassing. It's not a bookable offense, so it goes round and round. There's a lot of work behind it. Blight buildings, vacant buildings, boarded buildings, what do we do? Anything may be considered as simply whether it is successful. The time and resources to address these challenges, as discussed throughout this presentation, are based upon consistency, connecting with someone who has the authority and resources to stay and staying with the parcel until the compliance is met. And the reality on all of this is it does take time. Do we have a lot of cases that with one simple, hey, could you clean your weeds, please? And they do, absolutely. But we also have quite a few that takes a lot of research on the part of your code enforcement officer. In July of 22, the city adopted the rental ordinance. All rental properties are required to register with the city via code enforcement. The ordinance debuted in January of 23. All new code enforcement tools and do come with roadblocks, concerns, hiccups, challenges, which all of that has commenced, and we continue to try to iron out those details in hopes of making the process smooth for not only code enforcement, for those who have a rental property. Due to some recent feedback from the community, modifications have been implemented, and our website page does stay up to par with all the documents that are required to register your property. The current registration form is present there, and any type of guidelines that are needed. So if you do have a rental property, I encourage you to become familiar with this municipal code, which is BMC 5.91. And again, everything is located on the city's website. There's actually a special page just for rental properties. So we've talked about Christmas lights a few times, and that's because it is a topic that comes up quite a bit. Not only is it in our electrical code that we spoke of earlier, it's also in the fire code. So again, if it's past the Christmas season by 90 days, please just take your Christmas lights down. If you do hear from us, because currently we're in the month of July and we're still seeing Christmas lights, please just take your Christmas lights down, back them up, and bring them back out at Christmas time. The other big one that we see is also parking vehicles in the front yard. We hear folks say, well, I don't have any grass, I concreted the front yard. All of that's good, but if it's your yard space, you are to park in the driveway, park in your garage. You're not to be parking up by the front door. The other items I wanted to speak about were the bulky items. As everyone should know, you get a bulky item pickups from the curb. You have to call through utility billing to schedule those bulky item pickups. It's up to 5 items each phone call. And I think at this time you get 2 per year. Vehicles in the street, that is something that's not only a California vehicle code, but it's also something in the municipal code where it says that you're not going to store your vehicle there past 3 days. That means every 3 days you're going to be moving that vehicle. Chickens are not allowed. No chickens. So please be mindful if you have chickens, which we have seen an uptick in them this year, that you do need to remove those. Parkways, those are that space between the curb and the sidewalk. That is yours as a landowner to clean. And then the easement, if you have one, is your property. It is your responsibility to keep that section of the parcel clean. Currently, code compliance is maintaining in and around 1,465 active and open cases. About 962 are involving rentals, and 503 involving commercial or non-rentals. And just this year, we have closed 819 compliant cases. So for every negative, there is positive, and code enforcement receives a lot of negative feedback. But I'll be happy to say we also get a lot of positive too. A neighbor calls regarding a shed in the backyard of a vacant house where a portion of that shed, due to winds, had kind of broken apart and it blew off into the other neighbor's yard. If it weren't for your code compliance department, who would that resident call? So within moments, we were able to connect with that landowner and let them know they had a shed that was dilapidated and it was blowing into a neighboring property. And they were glad to receive the phone call, and they immediately started working on getting that situation cured. We are a valuable resource, and we are here for the public, but be patient with us. And sometimes you're not privy to the extenuating circumstances that are going on with the case. So we do keep things confidential. We are very proactive, and we try at all times to improve the aesthetics around the city. At the end of the day, your success is our success. I'm going to ask Gabe to move us to the next PowerPoint. And this is a little bit of before and after success stories that my staff put together. And then after that, I'll take some questions. So on this one here, you'll see that this actually was complaint-driven. We do receive complaints. We do keep everybody confidential in complaints, but we do as well self-initiate on violations that are noted from the right-of-way. So this property was brought to our attention for obvious reasons, and we worked with that occupant, and happy to say, what a difference. On this property here, it was actually code enforcement that brought it to the attention of the landowner. They weren't aware things were as grave as they were. So once they activated, the property improved tremendously. Here's one that we hear about, what's Barstow doing about all these vacant houses? Well, sometimes it's just a matter of the right investor to come along and take custody of it, and that's what happened here. So you got a beautiful picture of a before and after. We're grateful for investors that come in and have the talent, skill set, and the funds to be able to do something like this. We work, as I shared with you, with commercial properties as well, speak with our businesses about their landscaping. Most importantly, the code does require that commercial businesses have landscaping. So in this situation, you see where that large dead pine tree was removed, some ground cover was added, and the aesthetics vastly improved, not only for that business to welcome the patrons, but the neighboring area. This property here was complaint-driven as well, but it was actually already on our radar for obvious reasons. The plethora of waste, zero reaction from the landowner, even though we had made multiple attempts. There was some kind of extenuating circumstances regarding the parcel. Investor came in, took custody, and voila. Here's another one where it was an elderly resident. The code enforcement officer worked with adult and aging. We do reach out to other allied agencies when we see there's a need, and this is what exactly happened here. So with the assistance of adult and aging, cooperation with the landowner, understanding where they were, we were able to work with everyone and get this property in compliance. This one was brought to our attention by a hiker, actually through Barstow PD. Barstow PD helped with this, as well as the Humane Society. It was an active encampment where I believe the party did vacate and left behind a pet. Humane Society took custody of the pet, and then the code enforcement officer got a hold of this landowner in this remote section of the desert and had to hike with them actually out there to show them what it was they were responsible for cleaning. And again, they didn't bring this on, but they were responsible and had to pay for all of this cleanup. Here's another parcel where just quite unsightly. Worked with the tenant, worked with the landowner. They had some dogs that were quite vicious. In fact, they came at some staff. And then there's our after. On this one here, it's a ebb and flow. Right now, it's almost 100% clean. It was getting there, and unfortunately, there's still a little bit of waste, but we are in active communication with this homeowner, letting them know they need to wrap up this process, but it is all but there. They've actually been a victim of vandalism, trespassing, illegal dumping for quite a while now, so it is something that they have to chase regularly. And here's another one where it was an eviction situation, and that process is slow. And they were finally successful. We were able to finally discover who was the owner of record and asked that they come in, and of course they did just that. And that will conclude our before and after, as well as the presentation for code enforcement. And I'm available for any questions that council or staff or anyone have for me.
Thank you, Ms. Wilburn. Before I bring it to the council, City Manager, Ms. Clayton, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that I would like to first thank Ms. Mary Willabon for a great presentation, and I do not have anything else to add.
Okay, with that, I will bring it back to council, and this being a presentation and not an item we're voting on, this will be for questions and/or discussion. Councilmember Williams.
Yes. I don't remember the time frame. Maybe someone here does, but the past city manager said there was some training for code enforcement. Has that training been done? And where are we at with it? And what was the training about?
I'll take this one.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what the previous city manager was referring to, but there are training classes that code enforcement does attend. We sent, I believe, 3 of the code enforcement officers in the last fiscal year to a it's called CASIO, but it's like I don't know the
California
whole,
Code Enforcement Officers Association.
Yeah, there you go. So we do send our code enforcement officers, and there's different levels of that. You know, there's entry level ones, and there's intermediate, and then advanced. So we do send them there. I do believe that the city manager is looking into doing a customer service type training program, but that's not specifically for code enforcement. That's for the entire city as a whole, for everyone to learn to better be able to present to the community.
So we don't know what the past city manager meant by his training. I do, but I want to see if you guys do.
No, and I know that we have sent code enforcement officers to training. Yes.
Okay. All right. Christmas lights. Isn't it true that the lights depend on the gauge of the wire instead of Christmas lights? So when they're running around, they say, take the Christmas lights off there. If that gauge of wire is a certain gauge, is that policy still in effect?
Yes. So just to educate everybody on Christmas lights, any type of lighting, if your lighting is not protected in what we determine, and this is not even a code enforcement item, this is the California Building Code, Fire Code, and also the National Electrical Code. So extension cords are not allowed for more than a 30-day period. Christmas lights in specific, they're not allowed to be up for more than 90 days. And it's the manufacturer's specifications that actually dictate that. The reason why is because of the gauge of wire. The other thing is that all electrical wire, so whenever you get up into 14 gauge, 12 gauge wire, which is your normal electrical wire that we usually deal with, not Christmas lights, which is usually 18, 20, 24 gauge wire. Which all that means is it's a lower thickness of wire. All electrical wire that is above 16 gauge wire needs to be protected inside conduit, which is either EMT, especially if it's exposed to sun because of the dry rot of the conduit itself. And so the electrical code and the building code specifically say that exposed wiring is not allowed. So Christmas lights are allowed, but they're only allowed up to 90 days. So if you were to go higher gauge wire, then you would have to end up putting it, because then it falls into the building department, which is there's more electricity going through that wire at that point. That's when you actually have to put in conduit, which it's impossible to put Christmas lights in a conduit because where are you going to put the light bulb, right? So that's the gist of it, which, you know, I'd be happy to sit down with people and explain that more, but there's more to it.
So if you have solar lights that are considered Christmas lights, you're good?
Depends.
Well, tell me why it depends.
So like low voltage wire, for example, that you have landscape lighting, for example. That stuff is usually buried. It's in the ground. It's not exposed to damage. It's in the ground. And then you have your light that comes up, and then those 2 little pieces pinch it together, and that's where you get your energy, right? Same thing with solar. Those little solar spotlights that are there, You put the little solar panel thing on top of the roof and then the wire comes down to it. Those are questionable, but we allow them just because we let them put that, the light itself on the fascia board or wherever it is. And then the solar panel wire that goes to that it's low voltage theoretically in our opinion.
So what you're telling me, if it's not in a conduit, no matter if it's solar or not, it's an accident light or not, that could be a problem.
Anything
according to the
that's
city.
100%, anything that's 14 gauge or 16 gauge is the smallest low voltage or the biggest low voltage. 14 gauge and below is 100% because that's where 110 voltage can go through that wire. And that is not allowed to be exposed.
Including solar.
Correct. So like, you know how you got solar panels on top of your roof? A lot of people do.
Yeah.
Those wires are specifically rated for sun exposure. And even then, in the code, it talks about exposure to damage. The reason why they're allowed to be there for solar in particular is because the solar array covers the wire. Anything that comes outside of that solar panel has to be in conduit.
I guess I'm taking all my solar lights down then, I guess. That's what they're telling me. Okay, code enforcement. Are they allowed to go into the backyards?
If invited.
If invited. We have many in the public that say they didn't have that option. Are we making sure we're educating them that that term is invited and not mandatory?
Yes.
Is that currently, is that a current situation? Do you know any situations where the code enforcement has went into backyards without being invited?
No.
Okay. Overgrown weeds. What are we doing about the city weeds? Is it just the public we're going to punish, or are we going to go after the city, and are we reporting those? Because I've asked for a 6-month report on behalf of the city, and I haven't got it yet.
I have a fantastic relationship with Jason Miller. I email him all the time, whether it's graffiti behind a stop sign, whether it's a weed in a curb, whether it's discarded furniture in a city alley.
Well, I haven't got it, and I've asked for it. All I keep hearing is about emails.
So I can I'll work with staff to make sure that we can get that report. I know I'm looking at other avenues as far as getting additional outside assistance to maintain some properties for the city. So we're working through that process now.
So Rimrock, Walmart, outside of Walmart, that's been like that for years, and it's still that way. There's weeds all over the place. If you go all the way up and down Main Street, it's the same thing. But we don't write ourselves up, according to the city attorney. The last one says, oh, we don't write ourselves up. But yet we'll go after our citizens, the residents, who pay our salaries. That's pretty fair. I think that's pretty good. Where are we at on the Main Street cleanup in the back of the desert behind the restaurants?
We're actively working that. I got an update from the code enforcement officer that is assigned that area. The owner has hired 2 different contractors. The first one went out there. I don't know the situation, but
Okay.
they did not meet the expectations. They left. Another contractor came in, but that contractor is a little bit more by the book. And he basically said, or that contractor said, because there are homeless people living in those
Absolutely.
areas in the back. So he will not go on there and just start throwing people's stuff away. And so PD had to get involved. The posting had to happen. There's a long process in the state of California in order to go clean it up. But there is somebody that was hired to do it, and they are going to be actively cleaning that.
And I think the city did an excellent job of getting on that and getting that done, so I appreciate that part. The hotel on Main Street, where we at? I mean, there's pieces of wood thrown all over the place, windows outside of the fence, windows being pulled through the fence. We getting that cleaned up?
The one that's on across by the car dealership?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, if you were to drive by there right now, you'll see that there's some large roll-off dumpsters that are full to the brim. They're getting all that stuff hauled away. And just so everyone to understand, some people know what property that is, but that owner, there was a fire.
Yeah.
The fire happened. They went through the insurance process. Going through the insurance process takes months sometimes. He got his settlement. started the renovation. During the renovation, there were some things that were noted by the building department that weren't addressed on the plans, and we asked them to bring a structural engineer to give further details. During that process, the individual sold the property. The new buyer came before Planning Commission, and then he came before council, I believe, 1 month ago to get the zoning changed on that. So whenever he was going through that, we made contact and told him, hey, get over there and clean it all up before you start your process, because it'll still sit there because he still has to go through the plan review process and all that. So it will still look like a construction site for the couple months while he's going through the plan review process, but they are cleaning all the trash and all that stuff up.
So signage, we got these feather signs, right, or these opening signs says open or whatever it is, brand new. What's the limit on those flags out on the property?
Pennants are supposed to be permitted through the planning department. They have a 90-day window.
How many? Is there a limit?
I think there's
No.
4 a year.
No, you mean how many pennants they can put up?
Absolutely.
It's probably dictated by planning based on what they provide in the photographs. All signage is to go through our planning department.
Would you say that number is 3?
I don't know if
That's
it has a
limited?
hard number.
Okay, well, I got a business owner that says they got wrote up by code enforcement that says that the requirement is 3. I got a brand new business open that's got 9.
Well, I would love to see the letter, but
Well, I'll get the picture for you if you want it.
well, the picture besides what we actually wrote up is 2 different things. But I do know whenever anyone that puts up a sign, whether it's open, advertising, whatever it is, they have to go through the planning department.
Okay.
Planning department is the one that provides permits for that, and I believe it. I don't know what the fee is, but I think you actually get
$25.
Yeah, it's $25. So you put that up, you get to put up your now open sign for 90 days. But then it needs to come down. You're not now open for 6 months. So,
Right.
After 90 days, those signs have to go, and then you can actually reapply and get some other type of sale permit or sale signs. that
I'll
you
make
can
sure you
put up.
get both of the owners, one that says it's 3 and the other one's got 9 up there.
Well, and I do know, the easiest thing to say is that there is a Barstow Municipal Code.
Right.
Chris Eldreth doesn't just sit here and make up codes. And, we obviously go by whatever the code says. If the code says X, that's what we go by. So there are rules on signage.
Okay.
So if you have a sign or your building is 20 feet wide compared to 100 feet wide, you can't go put a 20-foot sign on a 20-foot building. You could put a 20-foot sign on a 100-foot building.
I just
But
want-
there's different requirements for different buildings.
Okay, I just want X fair for everyone.
Well,
That's all I want.
But that's what I mean by what the understanding of fair is. If the property's bigger and they're on a corner, they get to have 2 signs. But it's all in the municipal code. It's
All right.
not Chris, saying
Got it.
I like that guy and he gets 2.
If someone calls somebody and says, hey, my neighbor's backyard is jacked up, and they go into that person's backyard to look into another person's backyard, is that good?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll even defer to the city attorney to answer some of that question
Well,
on
let's do this.
legality.
Let's go a step further. Let's say that the person that owns a home goes in their backyard, but the other person's a renter. And they look in their backyard. My understanding is that if you're renting a home, you got to give notice before you go in that backyard. Then the next question I'm going to ask you, because I already have an example of it, when you go into that backyard and that person's backyard is messed up as bad as the one they're looking at, but you don't write that one up, that might be a problem.
Well, and
Because they invited them in their backyard, meaning that the ticket should be both ways.
yeah, and we've dealt with that before. I've personally dealt with that. Now, what some people think
Is
are code
clean.
violations, and what some people think, everyone has different standards. But at the same time, we try my policy or my way of doing things that I've disseminated to all my staff. Education first. We try to educate the public and give them an opportunity to make a change. And then they can provide information back to us that, hey, no, this is actually my vintage washing machine. I
Right.
don't know, but
Yeah.
we allow them to provide information to us. Now, and I've experienced it myself to where somebody's called me to go look at something and they have violations right there on their property. I do address it.
Okay.
I'm not the code enforcement officer, but I do address it whenever I was there, and I do notify them that you need to take care of these items as well. And same thing, nobody knows what the code enforcement cases are out there. Now, council's privy to it with the city manager's blessing, whenever, they say, hey, is there a code enforcement case at this address? We can provide that information to the city manager, who would provide it to the council. So everyone thinks that nothing's being done because sometimes things sit, like the property on Main Street, like you were just talking about. It sat there for 6 months. Well, whenever the insurance company's telling you don't touch it because we're sending an investigator, and it sits there for 3 months, everyone thinks nothing's happening. They're legally binded. They can't go on there and fix it.
So the house that is, I won't say the neighborhood, but I will say it's over by McBroom area, that's been like that for over 20 years, that is almost embarrassing that you can't live in it, yet that thing is still functioning just fine.
I know which address you're referring to.
Is that an issue?
Yes.
Yes, that's all.
It's a long story, but yes and no.
Well, I love long stories, but I don't want to take everybody else's time up.
Nope,
Here's my
I'm good.
point. Here's my point. I am not attacking code enforcement. I am not attacking the staff. What I'm trying to do is put an educational program together that when people feel like they're being mistreated, like Christmas lights or anything else, we have an educated plan, because we didn't know that Christmas lights was a state law. But we were assumed to believe, or led to believe, that Christmas lights is a problem. We didn't know it was a state law. We didn't know air conditioners or swamp coolers were a state law.
Yeah.
Because we're not doing a great job of education. Now, I am in process of some pictures and everything else, which you do know, that the one home had filing cabinets, trash, boards everywhere else, but they were so interested in the neighbor's yard that they allowed that one to go. Am I correct?
Well, I owe you that, but I did not look that address up to make sure we have a code enforcement
Let's
case.
take a trip tomorrow.
No, what I'm saying is I don't know if they already have a code enforcement case on
Okay,
that.
so I want to make it very clear, my intention is really not to go after staff or code enforcement. My intention is to educate the public so we could be better at what we're doing and we don't have these issues that we're having. I will tell you, every one of these council members right now will get something from one of their residents, and it triggers a mountain. And I did it today, and I have to apologize to the city manager because someone gave me some bad information. We just get information. We're voted by the residents, and so I get it. Code enforcement, it's a bad job. You're always giving bad news, right? No one goes around and write good tickets. Or maybe you should do that. Maybe you should run around and say, "Oh, this yard is perfect. Let me give you a good ticket." I don't know, but it's not intentional to be after code enforcement. What it is make the residents understand that we're being fair, that there's a process, and we're treating everybody fairly. That's it.
Yeah, one of the things that the city manager and assistant city manager have been discussing with me is we've actually started the implementation, but we're doing educational videos.
I love it. I'll shut up now.
Some of the slides that you've seen tonight are going to be, we're going to pull stuff out of this, and we're going to do subjects on just some of that, like Christmas lights, for example, window air conditioning units. I know people get upset about that, but if your house was to catch on fire and you have no way to get out of it, then that's a whole different story too, and you'd be upset that we didn't tell you, hey, you're going to have an issue. So there's always a reason why, for the most part of, that's what I believe, is that there's always a reason why, and if we can provide the education on why something is, the majority of people would be okay with it. And so the city manager and assistant city manager have been talking about doing educational videos, and we're going to be doing that citywide, not just code enforcement, but you've seen one that just went out with solid waste, I believe what it was called, with the Burtec, showing like the smaller bins and those kinds of things. So we plan on, with the direction of the city manager and assistant city manager, is to put out more informational videos across city departments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilman Williams, because you hit a lot of great points in which I concur with. I think that, Ms. Wilbon, we can agree or maybe disagree that that we as a city need to lead by example. Do you agree with that?
Of course, that's why I work with Jason Miller as closely as I do.
And do you also agree that consistency in educating the public is what we strive to do?
And I feel we capture that in our notices of violation, as well as the City of Barstow's code enforcement page, where I do put a lot of information out there about what code enforcement is out there doing. As well as we provide all of our contact information for that party that we are reaching out to connect with us on any misunderstandings that they have once they receive that notice from us.
Can you also agree that code enforcement, their role is it's a critical role for our city to progress our city and make sure that that we are beautifying, that we're keeping our city clean. But can you agree that the job that they do is an extremely stressful position?
Absolutely, and I think people forget our job title is our job, code enforcement. That's what we're doing.
I think that we all agree, I agree that it is a very stressful position. And
also, I would just like to interject, code enforcement's a young position. I think it only created about 1980s. So pre that, not many people needed to be reminded to embrace their responsibilities.
do you agree that when code enforcement is out there, that they speak with one voice, that they're consistent with how they're educating the public?
I am the trainer of all the trainees. I've been doing this job for 27 years.
Thank you.
I am very, very savvy with this city, and I do work closely with my officers to make sure that they do the best they can. Are they flawless human beings? Absolutely not, but they do their very best.
Because I know that there is concern myself on on what I get phone calls on, in the inconsistency of, it depends on which code enforcement officer goes to that property. So would you agree that even though they get the training from you, that, as Mr. Heldreth said, there could be different standards depending on who that individual is? For example, one officer could be a senior officer, goes out there and has their list of what is not acceptable, but then we have a younger officer that's still learning and may not have the same standards. Do you agree that that is possible? Because I believe it is.
Well, I'll let you know that you have me at 27, and then you have others that I think we're pushing almost 3 years. So you have that huge delta. In fact, as the supervisor, when I respond in the field, the landowner usually doesn't like my presence because I pick up all kinds of things.
So can you agree that that when that occurs, that the frustration that our general public would have, because there is definitely a huge amount of frustration, and rightfully so, because of that delta that you're speaking of?
Well, I'll interject on this one real quick. And I'm going to give an example. It's not, I'm in no way, saying certain things, but for example, if I were to go to occupant A's house, who the city has had a long-standing relationship with for 25 years, and that person has historically always met and always, like, if I were to contact him and say, hey, I need you to clean this up, and they did it within the 2-3 weeks, whenever I come back, it's already taken care of. The relationship there of the history of who that person is and what they've done is 100% going to be treated differently from somebody that doesn't ever do anything, right? And you always have to chase, and you always have to this. And what I mean by that is hey, I'll pick up the phone, and that's what, Ms. Wilbon and myself, we've had a lot of conversations about this, that, it's hard to train people. It's hard to, because everyone has their own mind. Everyone has their own things that they pick up on. It's like sending a new inspector to a training class. They come back and they're 100%, they're going to write up every single thing, even if it doesn't apply sometimes, and that's unfortunate, but it happens everywhere, nationwide. And the same thing is that whenever you have a relationship with somebody that you trust that can get something done, I'll pick up the phone and say, hey, I need you to clean this up, instead of writing paper. If I go there in 2 weeks, it's still there, then they get written up. But that's what, in my opinion, there is a difference in those, and that's why. It's because this person cleans it up, they take care of it, that, hey, a phone call will work. Other people need to get citations in order for them to clean it up. So there is a difference, 100%. Now, is there, hey, it's the mayor's house and I'm just going to drive by and don't worry about it? No, we still pass that along. You know, I have things where code enforcement officers will identify something. We send it to the city manager. The city manager then contacts the council, you know, the mayor or anyone, says, hey, you have X, Y, Z, an issue. Then that council member takes care of it. So it's not special treatment because the end result is compliance. I hate to say that, but that's what our job is, to educate in compliance. And how we get there, there's always going to be a different path to get there.
And I think I'm speaking just like Councilman Williams on consistent compliance, because, for example, on the overgrown weeds, do the code enforcement, do they have if it's past 7 inches, if it's past 2 inches, do they have a rule of thumb that they're going to write somebody up? Because our residents, and I'm glad that they talk to each other, and some have big families, and somebody across town said, well, I just got written up because my weeds are growing and they're just barely growing out, and I've already been warned. And the brother across town says, well, mine are 10 feet high and nobody has given me a warning. So that's the inconsistency that I'm speaking of. So do the code enforcement have a certain list in what they're looking for so that it is consistent code enforcement?
No, there's no list. It's the municipal code. So if weeds are a violation, have they not been identified yet on the party that's maybe worse than the other? Perhaps the officer hasn't identified it yet. So we could be on block 1, look to the left, get all these cases resolved. We get called away. We don't get the other side of the block done. When we go back out, then we can work on the other side of the block. There's all kinds of reasons why that may have not been identified yet.
Thank you. And do code enforcement officers, like our police officers, they get a certain, for so many months, or they get a certain neighborhood?
Yes.
A district. Are they consistent so that they show up and our residents are familiar with those code enforcement officers?
Our officers are assigned to certain sectors. Their information is on the city's website. And again, if that officer reaches out to you, all of their information is available for that resident to contact them.
And does a resident have a right to say, I don't want that officer coming back because they have been nothing but rude?
Of course, I've fielded a lot of those.
Okay.
That's why I'm there.
Thank you for that. I also would like to recommend brochures. Do our code enforcement officers carry a brochure that gives them like little snippets? Hey, you talked about the Christmas tree. This is why. Talk about the personal property or the coolers. Do they have something that they can hand that resident to say, and here's the information? Other than the ticket or the citation, is there something that we can give them?
Well, our notice of violation articulates not only the law, but then we break it down in layman words saying, why are we asking you to do this? Because when you look at a law, if you're not familiar with ordinances, you wouldn't even know what's being said to you. So we always break down in a format called instruction. So if you abide by the instruction that's provided, you will be in compliance with the ordinance we identified. We do have a brochure. We pass it out when we're in public venues. We even have a test that I've given to city council in the past to see how well you know your ordinances when you're in our community. So I do a lot of those proactive things. And again, I keep a lot of information on our city's website. When the public wants to print a copy of what our main chapter is, which is public nuisances, I'm happy to provide that at any time. But again, it's available. Everything we're doing is available at any beck and call.
So Ms. Wilbon, after 27 years?
27.
27. What is your feeling on that we need to lead by example first in sending your code enforcement to identify and work internally with our city manager and her staff to fix our house first?
As I shared, when my staff is out there and we see something that the House of City Barstow owns, it is always brought to Jason Miller's attention. And Jason is super awesome about responding to me when he says, got it, Mary, got the stop sign put on. I got the graffiti off the back taken care of from that stop sign. I put the stop sign back on that was stolen. I got the weeds out of the curb that you told me about. I got the city alley cleaned. I'm constantly, I'm sure Jason, just every time he opens up his emails, he's like, oh, there's Mary. And I teach my staff to do the same thing. Don't drive by the house on fire and go, we ought to probably call the chief. Call the chief.
Yeah, that's really good to know. That's educating us right now, because I didn't even know about the Christmas lights until a while back. So if somebody puts a portable cooler in a home and it's already done and there's no permit, are you and your code enforcement officers going around looking for potentially new coolers, or?
No, they're identified
what
when we
triggers
identify.
you?
When we do an assessment of a property, we enforce everything that we see. So if there's coolers there, then we're going to say to them, do you have a door or another window in the room where that cooler is housed? If they say no, then we tell them you have to take the cooler out. If you want to punch it through the stucco, you need to pull a permit and you can keep the cooler in that window.
And that was one of my questions, and I appreciate you answering that, because I was going to ask about the coolers that are put in the window. If they put it in the window, and it's a temporary thing, because I believe that they put it in during the summer, they take it out. Are you looking for stuff like that as well?
Well, yes, it's a violation, as we were sharing. And those fall not under BMC. Those are state laws. Those are fire code laws. It's an egress issue, especially, if you're a renter, if you are renting a property to somebody and you have them barred in and window coolered in and there's a fire, somebody's going to find your name.
So there has to be other available windows to get out.
The rule of thumb is this, and that's where I was sharing. When we're there with them, we say to them, does this room have more than one window out? And if they say yes, they can keep the cooler. But if they say no, that's our only exit out of that bedroom, then they have to remove that cooler, or they have to put emergency bar release, whichever is applicable.
And I want to interject real quick. We're not heartless people here. I'm not going to tell you to take that cooler out when it's 110 degrees when you have no other way to cool your house. We do educate them, though, and say this is not allowed and you need to make alternate arrangements and start working towards getting your stuff corrected. And I think people forget that, you have one window in your bedroom, for example. I have multiple in my house, right, where you have your kids in one room, and they have one window. Well, if the fire is in the hallway, how do they get out of that house if that window is barred? If that window has, plywooded in, and they can't get out of it, and they're 7 years old, they don't know, like me and you, I'm going to throw something through the window and get out, right? That's what we would do. But what would you do when it's an 80-year-old person, for example, or it's a 10-year-old kid in that room? So I believe it is our duty to educate them and tell them, here's the danger. And that's what the objective is. I'm not over there pulling it out of their wall and telling them, good luck, it's 110 degrees outside. We provide them the ability to remedy it and fix it, and we work with them to try to get it fixed.
Thank you. This is such great education tonight. I'm almost done, Mayor. My next question would be in regards to inoperative vehicles. I know that the landlords have had a bad shake at one point in time, and we come up with the agreement, and we've come, and it was something that we thought was best, for the city and the landlords. And but in regards to this, when it comes to inoperable vehicles, and it's a renter, who gets cited, the renter or the landlord?
Tenants can only be cited for something they're responsible for legally. So if it's their vehicle, yes, they can be cited for their vehicle. And we tell the landowners that. We'll start with the tenant, but we can only start with the tenant if we know who the tenant is. So if we know who the tenant is, then we will cite them and let them know, hey, your vehicle is inoperative, you must address it. We also educate the landowner and let them know. We can tell the tenant that once, twice, 3 times, 100. If they still do not comply, you ultimately, as the landowner, are responsible for what is happening on this property, and you must legally address that vehicle, whatever that is.
So that
it's a
would
civil situation.
Okay, thank you. So do you target renters more than you do the owners?
We target no one. We enforce the code.
I apologize. Target is not a good word, but do you emphasize more towards the renter versus the owner?
If the landowner is willing to cooperate, a lot of landowners do not want to provide any tenant information. Some landowners immediately cough up that tenant's name because they want to avoid the fine. So yes, we do. And we try to get phone numbers. And again, we spend here at the city of Barstow probably more time educating, and we hear that from larger cities about, man, you guys go above and beyond to educate. Where in other cities, here's your fine. You want to educate yourself? Look up the law.
Thank you. As far as the property, and Councilman Williams kind of covered it, that you don't go onto the premises without their permission, correct?
The officers make contact with the responsible parties. And if they want us on the property, they have to be there with us to go on the property.
They as in who?
They, whoever the responsible party is, whether they appoint a property manager, whether it's the tenant, whether it's the landowner, whether the uncle comes in from LA because the owner's in Hawaii, whatever the case may be.
So
We
you don't
vet all
go-
that.
So you have to have permission to go onto the property?
Of course.
But going back to if the neighbor is complaining about that backyard, you would not, if you can't see that backyard on house A, the neighbor in house B is complaining about, is that legal to look over the fence in their
No,
backyard?
it is not.
So you cannot do that then?
You cannot look over a fence, but I'm tall. So let's say this is the fence, right here. This is the fence. There's my pool. Got you. I can see it. Now,
the-
if I was
From the front yard, or if you have a Gladys Kravitz neighbor that's asking you to look over that fence from their backyard?
cannot look over a fence. If I am standing in someone's backyard, flush on the ground, and I can see into that neighboring property, I can enforce.
But
I
aren't there-
cannot, someone sits on the ground and I stand on their back and I get a ladder and I swing from a chandelier. Can't do any of that. I have to be able to see it from a reasonable vantage point.
Thank you. And I guess for right now, my last question, or I have one more question. You talked about chickens are not allowed. What about roosters, guinea pigs?
No poultry.
Is there a limit on how many animals that you
4.
can have?
Four animals, no poultry.
4 animals is, and
The
anything
limit,
above-
chapter 19, I believe, for the animals, and then chapter 8 is where most of our codes come into play there.
I didn't know that, so that's good to know.
Yeah, we've seen an uptick in chickens due to the price in eggs.
Right. And my last question, Mayor, thank you, would be the burnt structure by Del Taco. It's on that street, and what is the street called? Is it Clark Street, maybe? It's by the Del Taco by First Street Bridge.
Okay.
There's a burnt structure, and it's been like that for a while. Is there status on that? It's a burnt home, and it's been burnt for quite some time, and I don't see any movement, but it could be what we don't know.
I'm
Yeah,
talking, go ahead.
we can get you that information offline, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we won't be able to answer
No, that's
every
fine.
property tonight, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just wondering, like Councilman Williams was able to get a couple of answers, and I thought maybe that would be an easy answer.
But I'm sorry, it's North First and where?
It's close to First Street Bridge, off of the same street when you go, if you're going to go into Del Taco.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, just curious
What
about
a
that.
sad scenario there.
It is.
Squatters, trespassers, vandalism.
Right, and now we have children that, are playing in it, and that's a concern.
It's a red tag property.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers. Thank
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Councilmember Hernandez.
Only one question. Is the mailing of the citation and the length of time that it takes to get to the resident? I've asked about that repeatedly, and sometimes it can take 4 or 5 days. Don't ask me why. It's Barstow, right? I would hope that would be taken into consideration, when the individual then is calling in and saying,
Absolutely.
hey, okay?
Yeah.
But I wanted to bring it out because I've repeatedly asked about that. They don't always get mailed, on the date. Let's say it's Friday or Thursday and whatever, and when it actually goes through the mail. So that's my only pet peeve.
Yeah,
on
no,
that,
well,
you
I
know.
mean, we have no control over the mail, and yes, the mail is much slower than it has been. I'm dealing with that on some personal things too that get lost in the mail or whatever. But the whole point of the notice of violation is answer the door, talk to us.
That doesn't always happen. Sometimes
Nope.
the violations are sent before, and I think I understand what you're saying, that other areas issue the citations and whatever. But I also know, since I was here when it started, and the one individual with the truck would go around and, just tell people, and in those days, people were more compliant, let's say, that the philosophy in this community has been that has always been the approach, that we do talk to the individuals, and I know we have newer residents that have come into our community, and social change happens. But I take exception to that one because I feel that is Barstow as a city's philosophy, is to work with the residents. And the fact that code enforcement has traditionally done that, I don't like the comparison to other cities because I know how we as a city are. And I know how difficult a job it is. And the issue has been, I think, the approach. And that's the question I had, is about the mail and at times the approach to the residents.
Well, I would have to say there's 23,000 plus people, and there's 5, 6 of us. So, the best way for us to communicate is via email, text. We do a lot of texting. And then, of course, in the notice of violation, that's the introduction of, hi, we would like to work with you.
Right.
And that then puts the burden of that landowner to reach out to that code enforcement officer to work with them. So we do that. The same training that was provided when this program launched is the same training and same program that we utilize to this day because it works. It works.
Okay. No, and then that's all I have to say, but I was here before you started, and I appreciate the 27 years you put in.
Well, I think that's the other thing the city needs to understand is rapport-wise, I have that. There's not many faces in this town I don't know, or the background. But my staff doesn't, so give them a chance. They're working on building their rapport, but they really have been kicked super hard this year.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Councilmember Williams.
Me and you go back a long ways from when I used to put the carnival signs up on the poles, and you'd call me and say, hey, Tex, go take them down. I had to drive back and take them down. So I respect you, and I appreciate what you're doing. It's not a personal attack. No one up here is hating code enforcement. If you're taking some personal issues or it's been a tough year for you, it's a tough year for all of us. I didn't appreciate that statement, by the way. I understand that you're going through the issues you're going through, but I take that one personal. So with that said, rental ordinance. The rental ordinance requires that the property owner has to have the folks who's renting the homes, personal information on a list so you can contact them. Just earlier you said all you needed was the homeowners. Which is it?
No, I said that Ms. Rose asked, with regards to an inoperative vehicle, would we pursue the tenant, i.e. the vehicle owner?
No, it goes back before that because we were talking about...
Only if we have the name. We cannot issue a citation to no name.
It was earlier back when you said they're going to contact the property owner, make sure they have their mailing address so the property owner can be reached. That's the problem I got. Are we making if part of the issue is that we're having the rentals information out there, and yet you got the property owner. If the property owner is the responsibility party, Why do you need a renter's information?
If they refuse to give it to us, so be it. Then they need to meet us at the property.
Yeah, so if the property owner does not want to provide the renter's information, that is okay. They mark down no, and then what happens is that they are assuming the liability, and the communication and everything will go through the owner at that point.
Okay. I want to say it one more time. I appreciate, like the Mayor Pro Tem said, the education. There's so much we don't know. You did a great job on educating us on window coolers that you have one window, we understand that. 2 windows, you're good to go. We don't know that. And so educating us tonight, I appreciate it, and I thank you for the education tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think we can all appreciate, a seasoned employee like yourself that knows code enforcement very well. And as far as, the one thing I do want to say is, yes, code enforcement has been beat up, but, and has it been fair to them? No. Has it been to the residents? Has it been fair to them? The answer is no as well, because code enforcement, giving them the credit that they were thrown out there, and some have said they got no training. They received no training, minimal training, so they were sink or swim. And so they went out there, and residents, like I said, spoke to one another, and they were all being given inconsistent code enforcement, citations. So they're going to get beat up, especially when the residents are saying, well, this one was really rude, this one was super nice. So they're going to get beat up, unfortunately, because nobody wants to, no, I don't want anybody coming to my door saying, Miss Rose, your dog, the poop needs to be picked up, even though I do it once to twice a week. I don't want them coming to my door. And I can understand why they would, but a lot of people don't, especially when somebody comes to the door and may have an attitude, because I've been told they have attitudes, they've had attitudes, and it's probably because lack of training, not really knowing all the code that they need to know. They're not up to par. So I think that as we move forward, that what I'm hearing is a really good thing, that continued training. There's tapes that are videos that are going to be put out. So process improvement, I think, is important, and that we're recognizing where our deficiencies are as a city. Because what we do want to do is we want to make sure that, yes, that code enforcement is followed, but there is a way to approach the residents, and that's not by, being rude, and that's in anybody, but I think that's one of the reasons that they were being beat up. And, again, they were thrown out there with, minimal stuff. So I hope that it continues to improve, and that we can all work together collectively as a city. Thank you.
I would just like to address that slightly, in that there are minimum qualifications that our code enforcement officers have to meet to be in the position. So we are enforcing the code, following our code, and it is definitely education to the public, and we're working through that outreach to have additional education to the public. But I just want to be clear that these contacts are based on a violation of our municipal code, and making contact to notify that homeowner or renter that there is a violation. So I just want to be clear in that I understand where your comment on the customer service, but the contact is based on whether it's the code officer is out looking at their area because they are working on a specific proactive approach, but many times it is reactive. Many times we have some, and it's just as an example, a retiree that's home all the time, so they might just have a lot of time to go out and pick apart So that could be one scenario. Not saying that that's the case all the time. I just want to make sure that we're also that we do have a good team. Yes, we always want to provide additional training. Again, as Mr. Community Development Director Hildreth stated, we are talking about rolling out some customer service training, but also that education component, putting some information already that we're beginning to put out on our channel, developing more, and getting a full communications plan has been kicked off. And we're starting that internally, and then we're going to be moving externally. We have a lot of processes in place for those external communication avenues that can help additionally educate the public. I just wanted to touch on just that proactive and reactive, the difference there and where it could seem.
And thank you for that. I think we all understand why code enforcement and what their role is and why they're in place. And I don't believe that there was ever a question on their minimum qualifications for a job. That's never been a question. It's just the consistency and ensuring that everybody's being treated the same, and that that we continue to have process improvement. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. So, Ms. Wilborn, most of it's been covered, but I'm going to go back to the cars. You covered parking in the street, moving 3 days, not parking in the front yard. So somebody with a car blocking the sidewalk.
That's a parking violation. It should be called into Barstow PD.
Okay. So blocking the sidewalk is not allowed.
It's a California Vehicle Code violation.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And I think everything else has been addressed. So, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
We do. Our first speaker is Ms. Teresa Tank.
Welcome, Ms. Tank.
Good evening. I just have a few questions. I've sat here and heard several complaints about code enforcement and can see how people have believed they are being targeted over the last few months. Driving around at night, I've seen plenty of houses who have Christmas lights still up, still on, that aren't obviously abiding by the codes. So, if one, as the council members have talked about, one person's getting violations and another person isn't, that's where the targeting part comes in. My other question is based on the woman who had her car towed due to parking on the street for longer than the 3 days. Is there a code not enforced on motorhomes? Because I know in my area there's 3 motorhomes that have been sitting on the streets and haven't been moved in months. Why are they allowed to be parked on the roads for months at a time without being moved, but a vehicle can only stay for 3 days? That's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tank.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. Well, my complaint with code enforcement has always been that they send you a notification. They write it up on Thursday, but they don't mail until Monday, so it doesn't get to you until Wednesday. And you got 14 days to do the project in, and it takes nearly a week to get the notification. I've complained about this on 3 separate occasions, and to this day, that hasn't been changed. It's still the same. And I've talked to Chris about it twice. He said, well, I got to look into it, and fine, but we still don't know. Another thing is the city itself is negligent in cleaning its own property. I'm talking about the property across the street from the hospital, where the old hospital used to be at. You got weeds there about 2 feet high, and they're growing into the sidewalk. You got weeds at Lillian in the street. Whose responsibility is that? The city owns the street, they own the park. And you have several areas in Barstow where you have growth on city property, but there's nothing we can do about it. But yet you come out and harass us continuously on what we have. I have a property, I've been 3 times, and I always go and clean it up. But unfortunately, I have to have a chain link fence around that property, and they can see the whole thing because it's corner property. And I don't put slats in the chain link fence because then they would destroy the house. So in one way, I've protected it by putting a fence up, but I can't put slats in it because somebody will come in and tear the hell out of it. Then what do? I have to go back and repair it and everything else and deal with the consequences. But yet they can look in and see the grass growing in there and they say, well, you got to cut that out. I had a palm tree growing on the property and they said, well, you have to trim the tree. The palm tree cost me $100 to trim it. I had the tree cut down. She says, well, your palm tree is growing, throwing the things in the street. I said, well, that's city property. Why don't you clean it? They came out and said, no, it's your responsibility. I said, no, it's not. You don't have curb and gutter in Section 7, so you don't know who owns the property other than the city's responsibility. But yet, I was harassed about it. And I've been harassed continuously on other occasions concerning code enforcement, and I'm a little tired of it. And I'm wondering, is there anything that we could do as taxpayers, and who do we take our grievance to? If we have a grievance, or if we see the city's violating itself, who do we take it to? You take it to code enforcement? I don't think they're going to do anything, because it's city property. It's taxpayers' property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ted Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wiesma.
Thank you. I'm not sure I should even get up here because I'm concerned with possible retaliation over it. And that concern comes because I think I've already been retaliated against. However, let me make a couple points. I've let code enforcement know of over 20 different violations in my neighborhood. This has gone on for a long, long time. Some of those violations are years old. Some of them have minor fix, some had no fix whatsoever. Yet not one of them has been dealt with so that it's completely fixed. I can go to see every single one of them that I reported, and none of them are in compliance. It concerns me. When a citizen reports a non-compliance issue, including safety hazards and fire hazards, I think that a citizen should be informed that it's being worked on and it's going to be resolved within a decent time period. You're 3 days for a car on the street. I have a car, my wife has a car. If we go on vacation, we don't drive both cars. We'll drive one car. So if we're gone 2 weeks on a vacation, you're going to tow that other car in 3 days. You need to change that and get to a better spirit of how you treat your citizens. Garbage cans can't be seen from the street. That is highly impractical. Most places in town, they're beside the house. Because you can't take your goddamn garbage can and drive it all the way to the backyard, then bring it all the way back out to the front yard for cleanup. Now, I gotta admit, the code enforcement people have been willing to allow them to be on the side of the house where they're not directly in full view. But you need to change that code. So treat people decently, because I don't think you've been doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesma.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ira Gwynn. Sorry.
Welcome, Mr. Gwynn.
I'd first like to address the city administrator, city manager, that's what we call it. I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to welcome you to our community.
Mr. Gwynn, please speak into the mic. Thank you.
Sure. I just would like to say hello. I've been here for a long time. Some of those mountains out here were holes in the ground when I first came. I've left 2 messages in your answering machine to have a meeting with you, and if it's possible, the first one was unfair because you're only here for 2 weeks. Anyway, I would like to have a meeting with you at your convenience I live here and I don't do anything else, so your time is mine. I also like to say thanks to Chris and Mary, who had a sit down with us here a couple of 3 weeks ago, and we went over some of the issues that we've been talking about here tonight. Only problem is this should have happened 3 years ago, folks. This is late, and I'm talking mostly about the rental agreement. Code enforcement, sure, I think we need it. Never said otherwise. That was never the issue. Some of the issues are, of course, it was brought up here, this whole question of entering people's property. When can you, when can't you? Well, I don't think your city manager read this. This is the United States Court of Appeal for the Ninth Circuit, dated December 17th of 2024. And it says here, basically, we're not going to worry about the city going inside of properties without a warrant or permission because the city has already agreed to that. That was one of the changes that the city made after they were ready to approve the first ordinance. Also, it says any exterior inspections may be conducted from a public vantage point without violating the Fourth Amendment. Fine. That's what we did, and I think Mary can attest to that, before the rental ordinance was approved, three years ago. And since then, we've had discussions, we've had a lawsuit. It's been nasty. I'm hoping that we can come to an end of this. I have a few more things I would like to talk to Chris about, and perhaps the city council. Other than that, it's a tough job. And I think Chris and Mary are doing the best they can under these circumstances. But they need guidance. And they need guidance from the fellow who's been sitting over here, who hasn't been giving it.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn.
Our next speaker is Ms. Marcia Wiesma.
Welcome, Ms. Wiesma.
Yeah, good evening. I think that most of it's been hashed and rehashed forever, but I have a comment. I believe it was in 2008 that Mary first was trained by her trainer, and it's been a long time. And she has had to ride the camel a long ways through the desert all by herself, trying to do good. Then you guys got the rental ordinance in, and Ira just spoke about that and the confusion. But Mary, we still do have a couple young ladies that think they rule the roost. They think they can go off the sidewalk into people's yard. I've walked around my neighborhood, and today I've noticed 4 new signs, no trespassing, all over the gates. The gates are locked. Okay, it's beginning to look a little bit like prison in my own neighborhood. That comes from code enforcement, and it's their officers coming around. Now, Mr. Tex knows about it because he did take a tour of the 20 to 30 properties that still haven't been touched. The one on Main Street, tonight we heard the whys of, oh, it was sold and this or that. Well, it wasn't communicated to the people, and the neighborhood watch was pretty pissed. And I say I was pretty pissed at 8 o'clock in the evening. That place went up in smoke. Every engine we had came ripping down the alleys down the street. And then the place sits there burned out. It looked like hell. It still looks like hell. Even they're working on it. Drive by it. Oh, yeah, they cleaned up some of it, but they're not. But then again, the code enforcement can't really touch them because excuses got to go. Now, we've seen neighbors 3 blocks away, 4 blocks away, grass, 3 inches, and the code enforcement, pick it up. Okay, they'll pick it up. Give them some vinegar, give them some spray to take care of it. They're senior citizens. We might need someone that are youth out here to hire them to help out. It's really bad that we got this ordinance in the first place. I understand it was really great. I understand, Tim, you are behind getting it going and keeping it moving, hoping to do something great. But if it did do something great, it's looking like it hasn't. It's taken a downward spiral. So, again, council hasn't had all the information. People in the public have not had all the information. That really needs to change a little bit. I do appreciate Mary for what she has done in the years she's been here. She's been really good. I saw her when I had my first dogs, and she was very good about keep them on the leash, let me pet them type thing. But that's it, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisman.
Our next speaker is Miss Virginia Brown.
Welcome, Mrs. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You should all remember I came in on the 20th of May to the council meeting. I mentioned that I felt I was being targeted, harassed. I was later caught outside there and told that those words need to stop. All right, I heard it again tonight. Target's not allowed, Miss Rose, by the way, so never use that word again. Tonight it was said politely to you. Chris said that basically if we've got a homeowner that we've worked with for a long time, and they've usually cooperated, we have no problem contacting them, calling them, reaching out to them. When I asked, because I do have a history also with code enforcement, I was here when Mary was our only code enforcement officer, when she drove around in a little white pickup truck. And amazingly, she had the time to knock on my door and talk to me and tell me things. I worked with her to my detriment at one point. Almost lost my home because my father-in-law was willing it to me, and he had a bunch of junk stored there she didn't want there. And I called her up and said, I'll work with the city. Let's move it. My father-in-law was so mad at me. Oh my goodness, it took months for him to forgive me for that. And then he came in and harassed the city, and they brought the junk back. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. But the fact is, I did work with her a lot. So imagine my surprise when I get all these notices. Well, when I came in and I made this comment, this conversation took place out there that was not casual. It was not comfortable for me. It was very uncomfortable. I felt very, very cornered, even though I was trying to leave the building. But I dealt with it, and I was polite about it. 2 days later, I get an email telling me that the city wants to work with me on this. Code enforcement wants to work with me on this. I brought these in tonight because I thought maybe Ms. Wilborn would like to look at them. These are medical approvals through my insurance for a neurosurgeon. You might know I have a little trouble lately standing up for any period of time. Yes, vascular surgeons. I'm going through a lot more surgeries in the future than most people in this room ever will think about. And when she asked me for a specific date, I had appointments, all that. I still have them. I've got them clear into July, clear into August, clear into September. And who knows how long I'll be out once I have all these surgeries. So I made a simple response on the 22nd, the same day she called me. And I asked if we could just get the paperwork along with a financial hardship variance. I have the emails.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
I'll be back during public speaking for the rest.
Our next speaker is Mr. E.T. Snell.
Good luck, she lives in Riverside, 2 hours going to work and 2 hours coming, you're never gonna see it. Bet you 50 bucks.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
Thank you, Mr. Silva and esteemed council members. Mayor, I got one thing to say. Horse shit. You know, I've got a real estate background. I bought and sold condemned properties for years. And what this lady is trying to do, she's like some mother hen or an eagle watching her eggs. You try to get on one of those code enforcement deals, oh man, ask her any information, which you can go to the title company and get. You know that yourself, Mr. Mayor. You're in real estate. But the reason she's getting away with all this treacherous stuff is because, like you said earlier, thank you for your information. We don't know these things. Well, she knows them all. She's been here 27 years. So she's got all the tricks and stops. See, there's the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. You know, I really think this whole code enforcement deal tonight is just a distraction to cover up from, I wish we'd spend this much time on the police chief issue. That's what it's about, in my opinion, the way I see it. You know, and speaking of bars, I think you and your code enforcement people belong behind them. Do any of you guys own a house? Do any of them own houses? I don't think so, because they sure don't act like. She doesn't refer to our homes as homes. She refers to them as parcels. So when you have that parcel brain up there, you're not going to have any personal representation or respect for somebody's personal house. You know, 27 years of nasty Mary, and she is nasty. I've tried to talk to her before, and you don't have the right for this information, and you know, and see, you guys can't do anything about it because you don't know. You don't know code enforcement. So consequently, she's getting away with murder. You know, unknowledgeable is what it's about. Property profiles. They don't call the title company and get a property profile. Well, maybe the bank, gee, we don't know, we can't, we got to research it. No, you got to call and get a property profile. Trouble is, they have no real estate background. So consequently, they're morons. And that's what they are, like they did to the Browns. You can't tell me, each and every one of you sitting up there can't tell me what they did to the Browns was absolutely horrendous, a violation of every constitutional right, morally, any kind of way you want to stack it. But, you know, they came after them, and I've been to the Browns several times, and their yard isn't tore up. It was about some bullshit that they put down. That's why I say horse shit. That's exactly what the code enforcement puts down. We hired 2 more. They all need to be fired, and we need to put it to a private, privatize it. Put it out to contract. Because I'll tell you what, half these women in this town want to take you to the gym, lady, for the way you've been treating their property rights. You have no respect for somebody's house. That's all I got to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Still.
And our last speaker is Mr. Jim Brown.
Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jim Brown, Barstow. I say this about Mary. Long time ago, she used to be good. She used to do what the people said she did. And something changed in her. I'm going to tell you that right now. When we were on that, like I said, when we were leaving, right outside that door, Mary came to us and asked for her phone number and her email. And Virginia gave it up to her nicely. But Mary didn't like that. She just kept on going at her. For a second, I thought they was getting ready to fight because they was right in the doorway. And her nose, their nose was this close to one another. And the Sergeant Grego was outside, and I was getting ready to call her to come stop her. So then I went to Mary Bell asking for a complaint form against her. So y'all don't have no complaint forms. You should have a complaint form. City manager, mayor, council, y'all should have a complaint form when people they come to us and try to harass us. That's what she did. She bullied us. And I'm going to tell you right now, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to stand for this stuff no more. The gloves are off.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
That is all the comment we have on this item.
Thank you. If I could have somebody from staff, a few questions we had here from the public. What is the policy or code on motorhomes?
Currently, there is no code on motorhomes, as in they can't be in residential areas, things like that. We drafted a policy previously, and it was decided not to move that forward because there's no place to take motorhomes at the time. Like, so even if we enacted a policy and said no motorhomes can be parked on residential streets, they would have nowhere to put them unless you take it to Victorville or another storage location. So, and then also the same time is, yes, it's a state law. It's not Barstow that says that you have to move your car every 72 hours. It's state of California. It's a traffic enforcement. It's code enforcement don't even write that up. It's the police department.
Okay. So even though the city does not have the policy for motorhomes, does the 72-hour rule apply?
Correct. And then the only other thing too is that we will not allow them to connect the motor. So if you have the motorhome parked on the street, sometimes you'll see people run the extension cords out there to the motorhome to charge it or have it running. That's not allowed either. I mean, obviously it goes across the sidewalk. So it's a tripping hazard and all that. But 100%, it's we don't have a policy at all, the city, and but it is a state law that you have to move the vehicle every 72 hours.
Okay. And could you give the policy for a citizen to report?
So if you're...
I'm sorry, if they're grieving about the city. A complaint, yes. Complaining about the city or staff.
We do have a claim form if there was damage, but a complaint can still be the city clerk's office can still be contacted. A complaint can be written up. We don't have a form. We are looking again to improve our customer service, our feedback, ask for that feedback. That's a program that I'd like to launch in the future once we get outreach in place. But a complaint can always be filed with the city clerk's office.
Thank you. And what's the policy? So a citizen makes a complaint, is the complaining party allowed to get updates?
If it's a personnel item, no. If it's, hey, 220 East Mountain View has overgrown weeds and stuff, right, which that's City Hall, we do not reach back out to the applicant and say, yes, we're going to address this. There's hundreds of complaints that come in through that Contact Us app that people make complaints about properties, or they call or they email. Not particularly me, but it goes to code enforcement. And so to reach back out to every single one of them to say, yes, we're writing them up, we do not do that, no.
Thank you. And garbage cans, I didn't understand it that the policy was they have to be out of sight. They have to be a certain distance, is that correct? They have to be?
The code itself says that they need to be out of public view. However, as long as I've been here, since 2008, like Mary was referring to, is the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law. So the letter of the law says you cannot see them. However, especially me being where I'm in the position, I direct staff to be reasonable. Some of our codes, for example, you must have landscaping in your front yard. Ground cover. Well, back in 2008, 2007, whenever all the water situation happened, it killed all the landscaping. So we have allowed people to keep dirt and just make sure it's clean. That's what we're referring to as the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law. So same thing with the trash cans. Don't leave them out on the street. Take them back in onto your property, and you put it next to your garage or on the other side of the house, whatever you want to do. We're okay with that. It's just you can't leave it sitting right there, on the sidewalk or in the street or 2 feet back.
In the front yard.
Correct.
So somebody puts them on the side yard. They don't have a fence to block it. You can see it, but that's okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Williams?
Can we, figure out if a person's on vacation so they don't get their car towed away. I thought that was an excellent one. That if they could call Barstow PD and say, hey, we're on vacation, don't tow my car.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So when you say sure, it could be a lot. So maybe, Ms. Clayton, we could work with IT that there's actually, kind of like when you go on vacation and you contact your bank, say, hey, I'm going on vacation, I'm taking my credit card with me, don't turn it off. Could there be something that IT could implement? And they can, they can say, I'm going to go on vacation, start date, end date. So maybe the police department could have their staff look at that, or somebody could be looking at that to make sure that doesn't happen.
We can look into a process. We don't have the capacity in IT to have that implemented as far as just an online, we're in process of making some transitions, but we can look into a process.
If I just may add, the police department does have a vacation request, like a house check that they're able to fill out and provide that to our staff, and we'll pass that information on to our officers to do random checks whenever they can. But in the event of a vehicle possibly being towed, we can pass that information on also to our parking enforcement officer, so that way he shows some leniency towards people.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, staff. A lot of information tonight for the public, and I'm glad to hear we're going to be putting that out on the social media and the TV channel. So we'll move on to our general and non-agendized public comments. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters not on the agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are needed, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do. Our first speaker is Mr. Martin Marquez.
Welcome, Mr. Marquez.
Hello. Hi. So, good evening for everyone. So, I have a complaint about I was at work on June 30, 2025, 9:49. I got a ticket because co-enforcement went to my work, and I have my car parking on what is it called? A handicap side. So they don't even notify me. They just put the ticket, and they notify me after that I have a ticket. So it was really in the respectful the cop they treat me, because like I was telling him, you should have notified me before. It was just there for like 10-15 minutes, the car, without he notified me. So I was just trying to see they can do something about that, because like the cop, it was really unfair with me. Like I was trying to explain it that why it was the reason I parked the car right there, but he didn't even explain me. He just like say, okay, you know what, you have to pay the ticket. And yeah, well, that's the reason I was here, just to see if they can discard the ticket, because honestly, it was unfair, the cop with me. The way that he was treating me, and instead of he notified me, That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. Leave your contact information with the clerk.
Our next speaker is Miss Teresa Tank.
Welcome, Ms. Tank.
I see tonight the city is behind the curve once again. I know Councilman Rose likes to ask staff about keeping the council informed, but the public, who you all work for, also needs to be informed, Not everyone comes to or watches these meetings to know what is going on. Today, Barstow Humane Society started doing animal control, and yet there is no announcement made by the city with hours, phone numbers, as there will be 2 to contact for Barstow Humane Society during business hours and the Barstow Police Department for the rest of the hours. I'm assuming that the residents are to continue to call the non-emergency number for the police department after hours. Also, I've asked this question before and it's never been answered. What is going to go on with the police department picking up animals? Are they going to continue to pick up dangerous, aggressive, injured animals, or is it going to be all animals now? That's not been addressed. I also want to give a shout out and thank you to Linda, the manager at the Barstow Humane Society, for starting a new spay and neuter program for TNR and owned cats for residents living within the Barstow city limits. This is a program that has been desperately needed for those of us who do TNR, and it also helps our community who cannot afford the vet costs, but it's a great program to start, and I really want to thank Linda, who's the manager at the Humane Society, for doing that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tank.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
He's on his way right now.
Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I'd like to say there are certain issues I'm bringing up forwards that are not going to be very tasteful to some people. My main problem is Ms. Rose. You brought up an item that wasn't agendized, and you spoke on it, which was a violation. The city attorney put a stop to it. I didn't know that any person, any council person could have put a stop to it by just calling for the question. I found that interesting. My second problem is I believe that the Planning Commission about a month ago had a meeting, and the senior citizen contract was brought up, which has nothing to do with code and with rules and policy. Why it was there, I don't know. But it was spoken about, the contract, which it's been a month and the contract hasn't come back as far as being presented to the senior citizens. Third of all, I didn't appreciate you when you made your comments about me coming in. You left out the part that I did follow protocol. I did notify the city so they could let me in, but you chose to go after my wife and myself, which is just a cheap shot. You are the most irritating person I've ever met. You are condescending, backstabbing individual that should not be here. And I do not appreciate you going after my family, my wife. We have been residents of Barstow for many, many years, and I participate by bringing my concerns forward, which I have many. And right now, you are privileged to be the first one. And I have complained about everybody up there, including my own wife. I've gone after James, I've gone after Tim, when I feel that they're doing something wrong. I don't show favoritism to anybody. I believe if you do something wrong, you bring it forward. If you do something right, you bring it forward. And I leave you with this thought. You look for a fight with me, I will give you a fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Miss Anna Fusey.
Welcome, Ms. Fusey.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mike Hernandez. That's news to me. I'm not sure why we were at the Planning Commission, but none of us from the Senior Center were there. So I'd be curious to know what that's about. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Noble at the last meeting, June 17th, for your support of the Senior Center and Measure Q. Thank you for asking the city manager those questions, which I did say at that meeting, and I'm going to say it again. Her answers were lies. She has not met with us. She has not given, to quote, she gave us some initial feedback, specifically what we need from them. I have no idea what you're talking about. That was a lie. You continued to, and it's all in the video, so I'm not going to quote everything that you said, but you continued to lie. And then when Mayor Pro Tem asked you questions, who did you meet with, you said you wanted to talk about it offline. So I'm here. Who did you meet with? I'd like to know who you met with, because it wasn't us. And I wouldn't expect you to look at me, but I am looking at you, city manager, because you did lie. And it's not okay. Not going to do it. So here we are, July 1st. Did the fiscal year end yesterday? June 30th for Measure Q money? Yeah, funny. So again, you asked her to meet with us in a week. I got an email 1 week later asking to meet some dates. I gave Monday and Tuesday of this week. No response. Maribel answered back and said, well, she's not available until July, I don't remember, it was 15th or 16th. I've not spoken to anybody but Maribel about trips. Twice we had a meeting. So you bold-faced lied, and it's on tape, and it's not okay. You talked about how it was best that the city runs the senior center. You know who's best to run the senior center? Senior Center. All of these people are senior center members. We're all seniors. Those are the best people that run this program. And we have a robust program. I put out our monthly calendar there for you that Beth does for us. Seniors, stand up. Those of us that came to support. This is not okay. And we've been asking for Measure Q. The computers are not for personal use, just like yours aren't for personal use. They're to conduct business at the senior center. They're to help seniors. We don't have a Social Security program anymore, so guess who does that? We do that. Also, trips. We've asked for money for the trips. So now, looks like we've lost the $50,000, and we're going to go into next year talking about it. This is absolutely disgusting, and you need to apologize to the senior center, Rochelle Clayton, for what you said that was not true. And it was a lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fusey.
Our next speaker is Miss Mary Ulibarri.
Welcome, Ms. Ulibarri.
Thank you. What I want to say mainly is what we do at the senior center. We don't just sit around. We have people coming and volunteering. We have volunteers on a weekly basis, seniors in their 60s and 70s, that put in over 500 hours a week volunteering. That's what I have down here. But what else do you want from us? I mean, we keep our programs growing. We have our exercise, our yoga, our walking, blood pressure reading. We do wood carving, grief support, crafts, line dancing. Of course, our bingo, that's what keeps us going because we don't get any money outside of the bingo, a little bit from the thrift store, when people, when their donations come, and when they, what do you call it? Their memberships. That's all we get. And we desperately need, we're a business, and we need those computers to run our business. By this next fall, the computers are going to be obsolete. They're not going to run. How are we going to run our business? How are we going to keep this going? How are we going to keep this? I mean, with these people here, over 500 hours a week volunteering, that is amazing. When I sat down and started adding that all up, I couldn't believe it. And that's on just an average week. That's not counting a big week where we really need extras. It's just beyond me that we're just put to the side. You're not addressing us. You're not talking to us. We were supposed to meet. We haven't met. We haven't, nothing. We keep trying and trying. We don't know where else to go or how else to do it because we're not giving any guidance on what you expect from us to get anything from this Measure Q. We don't know what we're doing because we're not getting any guidance. We're not being told how to go about it or what to do. And we keep trying to get meetings or any kind of contact and nothing. And we're doing anything we can, everything we can to try to get this going because come this next October, I don't know what we're going to do. How are we going to keep this business going? How can you keep your business going if you lost all your computers? How, you wouldn't be able to run anything. We're not going to be able to do anything. We need these computers desperately. I mean, some of us, like Anna, she just had to go buy her own and brought one so that she could have one because we didn't have enough. I use mine at home.
Thank you, Mrs.
Sorry,
Juberry.
thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ted Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wiesma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you for the positive feedback on my questions in regards to the 3 days for a vehicle and the garbage cans. I really appreciate that. I got a very positive, fast feedback on that. That's pretty rare for you guys, so thanks again. Also, my greatest thanks to Mr. Williams. Glad to have you back. Very glad to have you back. All you've gone through physically, I'm surprised you're here, but thank you for coming. Mr. Williams is the only council member up there that has gone out to the citizens that he represents and asked for their feedback to him. He's had 2 meetings already to bring the citizens forward to him about what their concerns are in their areas. None of you others have done that. And frankly, I think that's shameful for not doing that. My other issue is a couple times I've come up here and mentioned the fact that it's hot here in the summer. It's dry, and you need to have a water cooler out there like you used to have. Do I have to go out and buy one for you? Come on, it's been some time. It can't cost that much to put a water cooler out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesma.
Our next speaker is Miss Marcia Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wiesma.
Thank you. Well, Cowboy Tex, I'm glad you came back. I love that song. It was great. If you haven't seen it, we have a hero in Barstow, Mr. John Tex Williams. Not only our councilman, but has a song written about him. It's pretty great. Now I have one other thing to say. Mayor Pro Tem, or Mayor Rose, I guess. Do you really enjoy picking on my friend Mike Hernandez? He's been the pillar of this community for a long time, yet you continue to pick on him. I don't know why. He does follow protocol and he does everything correctly, but still you decide to pick on him. It was uncalled for last council meeting, and it's still uncalled for today. Now, Rose, this isn't the first time you've picked on him. You picked on him in October when he was in the hospital, and I followed protocol, and I went, and I filled out everything I needed to do, and I was going to be his proxy. And you stood up and said, you can't do that, blah, 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 and you tried to shut me down. It was very rude, Rose. It's taken me almost a year to forgive you. It was rude. Poor guy was lying in his bed, counting on me to deliver his speech. And no, I didn't write it, and neither did Carmen. He did it himself. So I'm still ashamed of you for doing that. But I want to say one thing. It's not Carmen who opens the door and works on it like everybody accused her. It's Miss Mary Bell Hernandez. You call her up, you ask, she meets you there, she greets you, she lets you in and out of the so-called door that should be unlocked for this meeting for handicap. It is Mary Bell Hernandez who also has helped our person on the street committee adjust to her new wheelchair, electric wheelchair, that has a hell of a time getting up out of the car, riding across the blah, blah, blah lines and up this crappy ramp. Now, we've also had a young man, and I'd like him notified or recognized, Austin Harmilio. He's been here for a long time, but his shift has changed, so we don't see him at City Council. He's the one that opens this door for handicapped people. He's the first one there. He's done it for me when I've had problems with my leg. And yes, he's there. He's very professional. So I'm just saying, Rose, what goes around comes around. I'd hate to see you have to go through it. I'd hate to see you down like Tex and people complaining against you. You used to be friendly. You used to come through, shake hands, be joyful to come to City Council. I don't know what the hell's happened to you this year. I do know part of it with your family's problems, and I wish they would go away, and I hope they do. But don't bring them to work. Come back. Bring yourself back, your friendly self. Tex, I'm glad you're back.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesman.
Our next speaker is Mr. E.T. Snell.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
Thank you. Trying to figure out the council next move that they're going to make is unbelievable. So I follow you guys, and I don't always know what you're up to, but when you hired this city manager, where were your brains at? She lives 2 hours away. That's 2 hours to work, 2 hours coming home. Who do you think's going to make up that time? You guys? No. The taxpayers, because she's not going to work that full 8 hours. I can guarantee that, because she's never here. You never get a hold of her. 2 hours going, 2 hours coming, sometimes traffic. And then, you guys, you know, when Paul Courtney did that, Mr. City Attorney, when Paul Courtney took the Marriott, completely developed project, had already been approved, Mr. City Attorney, he took and got the Rain Man, as I call him, to approve a $2.2 million giveaway. When the project was approved, there was no giveaway. You can't give that money away. It's giveaway of taxpayer dollars. So, you know, and they've still never done anything. But so I've really seen some bonehead moves in Barstow. And, you know, I'd rather see a splash park than Paul with $2.2 million of some of that money running around in his pocket. And I know Mr. Nobles, I noticed after you got that money, you started showing up at council meeting a lot sharply dressed after that. Now, I don't know, maybe it's just my observations, but I'd rather see a splash park, I'd rather see a homeless shelter, and I'd rather see some showers for the homeless. They've got portable ones too, where all these millions of dollars, like we bought that $10 million fire truck or whatever it was, that could have made a splash park and a bunch of other stuff. And I think they could have done without it. I think they could have, some of that money could have went to kids. As far as the seniors are concerned, it still resonates in my brain that they got last year on their air conditioning, got $300,000, and now they're back at it. And by the way, there's not 500 hours in a week, so somebody couldn't work. There's only 168. So how you got that 500 hours a week, I don't know. But sometimes people get ahead of their game, and I'm a senior myself, and I misspeak myself too. So, you know, I just like to see the council come clean, and let's get us a police chief in there. And Tim, you told me you already knew, but you couldn't tell me. That's not transparent. And you know, I've tried to find out, you guys, I don't see it anywhere, what's going on with the police chief. But all I can do is warn people, if you're black, stay out of Barstow, because you're liable to get murdered, especially without weapons.
Thank you, Mr. Snell.
Our next speaker is Miss Virginia Brown.
Welcome, Mrs. Brown.
Thank you. All right, I'll finish this. As I said, I came here on the 20th. I told you guys how I felt. On the 22nd, Mary Wilborn reached out to me by email and said she wanted to work with me. Code enforcement wanted to work with me. They wanted to figure this out. They wanted to help me. I immediately responded and told her, because what I told you tonight, I don't know if you could tell, I got emotional. It's very personal. I don't like sharing my personal information with anyone. But I figured, you know what, she's here tonight. Maybe if she sees why I've been so busy, she'll understand. I don't think that happened. I don't think she gives a damn. Not that I think anybody in the city does. But at this point, I reached back to her and I explained I have a lot going on right now. My schedule is packed. But if we're just going to talk about the container, and you guys want me to get a variance and you want me to get a CUP, then fine. But I also need a financial hardship waiver, which, by the way, County of San Bernardino and the state of California says cities have these for fines, fees, and permits. I've asked, guess what else we don't have besides a complaint form? We don't have a financial hardship waiver. So, yeah, I guess I'm just crap out of luck on that one. But instead of telling me this, I get a response back, and I have all of these. And I have no problem showing you and letting you read them. Her response to me at the same time on the 22nd was, thank you for your reply. Code will discuss it with planning, and we will be back in touch with you next week. That was written May 22nd. On May 22nd, I got a $500 bill billed to me from code enforcement for the same damn container. This is working with me? You already made me pay you $200, and do you want to know why they say $500? Because according to their own words, you previously failed to pay the fine that was assessed as an administrative fee. This $200 one, which, by the way, I also have my checking account record if you want to see it. I came in and paid this city $203.50 as a convenience fee for using my bank card to pay a $200 fine, which now I'm being billed $500 because I previously failed to pay it. This is not what we are looking for in our city. Somebody keeps saying you're transparent. Well, so is my front window, but if there's horse shit outside my house, I can see it. And guess what? You guys can be as transparent as you want. And all the people are seeing is a pile of horse shit.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Our next speaker is Mr. Eugene Butici.
Welcome, Mr. Butici.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I've got several things to go over. First, I will start with July 30th, starting at 8 in the morning. The Economic Development Committee for the Barstow Chamber of Commerce will be having their State of the City, County, and Military. Anyone who may be interested in attending, the tickets are $25. Go to the Chamber's website, barstowchamber.com. Literally, you can't miss it because the thing will pop down right in front of your face for about 10 seconds, so you're not going to move any further unless you, for those 10 seconds, unless you go and buy a ticket. We ask that you don't wait till the last minute because there are some accommodations that need to be taken care of prior to the event. So we hope to have most of the tickets purchased by about a week before the event. Something that was talked about earlier, though it was geared more towards code compliance in regards to different officers and different perspectives or different levels of compliance or enforcement. That is something that's not really unique to code compliance. I've worked with code compliance. I've worked with the building department. You have different inspectors. They look at things a little bit differently. That could be good. That could be bad. I mean, depending upon, for example, if it's through the building department and they're doing an inspection, as soon as I see the inspector, I can kind of tell which direction it's going to go. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But yes, there will be an inconsistency. To a certain degree, there is consistencies. I mean, I've had chamber members that, like, oh my God, I just had the fire inspector here. He would tell me some of the items on the list, and I would be able to tell him which inspector he had. And again, that's nothing bad. I learned quite a bit tagging along with them, and I've been able to advise people on what they can accomplish prior to the inspector coming in so they can be prepared. Because the way I look at it, the fewer times you have that inspector come in other words, for doing follow-ups, because every time they come in, they may find something else. So you want them there as few times as possible, get everything taken care of. Lastly, in regards to code compliance, I have I'll call it an annual relationship with code compliance. I have one neighbor in particular I affectionately refer to her as the president of the non-existent HOA. So every spring, about 2 weeks after the time change, I can guarantee you that there'll be a visit from code compliance. Now, it's nothing major. It's usually about 4 or 5 little items that need to be taken care of. However, as some of you may or may not know, I do have a busy schedule, so I'm not always able to get to it right away. But I do work with code compliance, and as long as I'm working with them, showing progress, they will work with me on the timeline. And looks like 2, 1, 0. I'm out of here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Batishi.
And our last speaker tonight is Mr. Jim Brown.
Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim Brown, Barstow. We had at the park, we had our 65th anniversary, and police officers were there, and they were talking, and they told us that Kirby is the new police chief. We asked, when we came here and asked the council to hire outside, you bring Kirby back that was under Espinoza. And then I gave Andy the email that I got from Kirby, and she was supposed to pass it out. And I got the email saying that from what Kirby was saying, how nice he is. He would love to work. He still would love to work with him. But Espinoza told me when I was in the meeting that he was supposed to be retiring this year. But he left 30 days after he got appointed. That told me he couldn't stomach Espinoza and his criminal elements, things that's going on. But y'all want to bring him back. I told you, Espinoza is running this department. He's running the police department. And I gave you that letter, that email, Mayor. I gave it to you. But I'm not going to go into our discussion about it, though. But if she brings him back here, we in a world of trouble. We in a world of trouble. And that tells me she's a disappointment. If she brings him back here, she's a disappointment. You're seeing other people coming up here talking about her. Y'all need to fix this, council. You need to take her in the back room and talk to her and tell her we can't be having none of this.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
That is all the comments we have tonight.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to our consent calendar public comments. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on all matters on the consent calendar. Speakers are asked to limit their comments on all consent items to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. If any special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on items 4 through 6?
We have no request to speak on those, so I will go ahead and read out the consent.
Please.
Item 4 is the minutes for the CIP workshop on May 14th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 5 is the minutes to the joint special meeting held May 20th, 2025 at 6 p.m. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 6 is the minutes of the workshop held on May 21st, 2025 at 5 p.m. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. And that is the end of the consent calendar, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from council on any of the items on consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
So moved.
A second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez and a second by Councilmember Noble. Before I call for the vote, I just want to make a note that I did have a change made on item 4 regarding a motion where it stated that I had made a motion. That was changed to Councilmember Hernandez made a motion, and it was seconded by Councilmember Williams. And that's on page 12, 5th line. With that, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion to approve consent calendar passes 5-0.
Okay, with that, we will move on to our business action items. Number 7, High Desert Family Events has submitted a Community Promotional Fund application, Measure Q, requesting in-kind financial assistance in the amount of $350.10 to help offset the permitting and water use costs associated with the hosting of its summer market in Barstow, scheduled for Sunday, July 6, 2025, and Sunday, August 10, 2025, at Dana Park. While High Desert Family Events is not currently recognized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, they have submitted their IRS application and are awaiting formal approval. The applicant indicates that the event will provide a community benefit by supporting local vendors and offering free family public events. The recommended action item, staff recommends that the City Council approve an in-kind donation valued at $350.10 to the High Desert Family Events to assist with temporary use permits and water fees for the summer markets in Barstow events on Sunday, July 6, 2025, and Sunday, August 10th, 2025, at Dana Park. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Before I turn it over to Ms. Hernandez to provide this presentation, I wanted to call out that this initially was, the application was to complete this event, or hold this event, I should say, at Fogelson Park, and it was shifted to Dana Park, so there was a reference to the pool being available, and that's not the case, but that was just an oversight that we didn't remove that. And with that, I will turn it over for the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I think the Mayor basically provided all the information that's part of this report. The applicant is here to provide additional information regarding the event. The in-kind donation is technically to cover the fees that are associated with the temporary use permit and also the inspection that occurs for both dates of the event. Ms. Blanca? Yeah, Ms. Blanca can provide more information regarding her event and also maybe provide an update regarding her 501c3 status.
Yes, please step forward.
Hello, my name is Blanca, and I'm here with my sister Rebecca Rios. We're part of HD Family Events, and so yeah, we help local vendors get their proper permits, and also we host events, for the community to come out and enjoy some local vendors. And yeah, we hope you guys could support us by waiving these fees, because we don't make no money off of these events. We don't charge much for the vendors to be there. So yeah, we hope you guys are able to help us.
Thank you. Questions from council? Councilmember Noble?
Oh, I just had a question for her. The start of the event, I didn't see that in the presentation.
I'm going to have...
Yes, it's going to be Sunday, July 6th and August 10th from 5 to 9 p.m. at Dana Park.
5 to 9. Got you. No more. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Williams.
Where were you at with the nonprofit status for you guys?
So I just got a letter yesterday, and they want some additional information. So I should be submitting that this week, and hopefully by next month.
What other cities are you involved with doing events for those cities?
Right now, we're only involved with Barstow. We did start off in Victorville, but the city has been like trying to work with us. Their zoning, like they don't have a lot of zoning to do events, and even to do an event at a park like here in Barstow has been really hard. They have like a 26-page application, and they just don't want to work with us. And Barstow has been really great. You guys have made it really easy, and the community does come out and support, and that's what keeps us going, that we get so many good comments from the community that they like what we do.
Recently, I saw something with you guys in Hesperia. Father's Day, I do believe.
Oh yes, we had an event for Hesperia. Well, Hesperia is a little bit it was Oak Hill, so
okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit lenient there, but we do like Barstow, and yeah, we have a lot of good feedback, and we like to continue here and do it more often. Hopefully, we like to continue once a month to the end of the year.
Yeah, I think we met, me and you personally, at the Easter event that you guys did, which was phenomenal. Okay. You told me something there that I was shocked that your charge for vendors that come to your event to do things was like $65?
Yes, so the food is $65 and non-food is $45, and the money that we get from the vendors goes all back into the fees. And, we have to pay for a DJ, we get tables, so, it's really, we don't make money. We only make money because we're vendors as well. So just your help will help us a lot. We could probably, make sure we have a DJ every time, or that money will go into entertainment, or help, vendors, with anything they need.
I told you then that you were crazy for doing such a cheap fee to have these vendors come in. What do you provide to those vendors for that $45 and $65?
We advertise all on social media, and we help give them a safe location where they go and sell their food, and
The permits?
Yes.
You work with them on the county permits, you work with them for the city and everything else?
Yeah, we've been working closely with Amy here with Barstow to, for the process, the application process, and, they're really, really good, but yeah.
Would you say that the staff has been very kind and helpful to helping you get these events here?
Oh, yes, very. Everybody has been great. We don't get the support in Victorville or, with no other city, and you guys made it so easy. Like, we appreciate that.
Have I made you any promises that things will get done for you?
Yes, you have.
Okay. I promised you that we'd get these events here and get this city going, right?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. This is all for the community. We want the community to have something to do here, and enjoy some good local food and support the local vendors as well.
Real quick, every city in the high desert has something going on. This is how I found out about you guys. Apple Valley, Hesperia, and Victorville. We're the only city that doesn't have these events. How many events have you been involved with, say, that you know about what the other cities are doing? Is that statement correct, that other cities are doing this? Okay.
No. Yeah.
She'll need to come to the mic, or you'll need to.
So yeah, no other city has, done this other than their own. So we would like to also, we're open to working with the city to create bigger events, and, do this for the community. I think the community will loves this.
That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Hernandez.
My question is, how come there's no one Barstow residents in your organization?
Well, we're new here, but we have gotten a lot of support, like, from John, Rose. I think she's part of like the chamber here. But we, this is our third or fourth event. But yeah, we're open. We welcome everyone.
Right. I'll leave my other questions for the discussion.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Councilmember Rose, or Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. So you said that you're also a vendor. What do you sell and what money are you making from what product are you selling?
Well, like my sister, she sells she's a taco vendor. She sells pin tacos and they're handmade tortillas. You guys just try them. And then our other sister, she couldn't make it today. She's also she sells loaded potatoes. So that's how we started. We didn't have a place to sell, so that's why we created these events. To have a safe place and make sure everyone's permitted and following all the codes. And yeah, we have helped a lot of vendors, start their business.
So you say that you charge $65 for a vendor that sells food and $45 for the non-food?
Yes.
And then you make money also. Is it one, so you're a vendor, you're selling tacos, and your sister, you say, is selling potatoes. It's a whole different area?
Yeah, it's
And
different.
then another sister that sells something else?
No, it's just them two. I don't sell anything, but they sell tacos and the other one sells potatoes.
So I have a question for staff. Historically, we normally wouldn't allow this, and I may be wrong, I can only think of one other time that we've allowed it, that they've applied for the nonprofit status, but now there is an additional delay because they're asked for additional information. I believe that the other time that I can remember is with the softball, and their status was, they said that they were going to get it like the next day, which I believe within a day or two they actually got it. And we weren't going to release the funds to them until they showed proof of non-status. So this one is, there is a delay. They have another event coming up this week. What I'm concerned about is that we open up something that anybody can come and apply for non-status, and we just say yes and yes. We're kind of going against our policy or protocol.
So exactly, that you bringing that up, thank you, because I planned to bring it up when you were done asking questions, in that my recommendation is to, my personal staff recommendation is for this to be approved contingent upon the approval of the 501c3, because that's our policy. And I don't recommend going outside of policy unless we decide to change the policy. My understanding is that did happen previously. I don't know that other organization did receive their 501c3, but I wasn't here at that time. My understanding is they did not. And that's my concern, is just ensuring that they do have a great HD Events is putting on good events. They are well attended and it is a great event, but we want to make sure that we're following our policy. And so I'd really like to, my, again, staff recommendation is to approve this contingent upon the receiving of the 501c3, and the city's happy to work with HD Events with anything we can to assist that process. But that's staff recommendation, and thank you for bringing that up.
So their next event is July 6th, and if they don't have the nonprofit status, how can we go against our policy if they cannot produce it by that next event? Maybe we can provide, allow it on a following event when they can actually provide the nonprofit status, because allowing it for this event without the status would go against policy.
Yes, so there's that option. We could also have to collect it at a later time if we gave a set deadline to receive the 501c3. But in any case, I would want some to put something in place to ensure that we work with, or that we obtain the proof of that 501c3.
But again, okay, so I'm just trying to understand. If they have an event prior to getting the nonprofit status, how can we give them the money when there was no status during that date? You don't have to answer, that's just my concern on that. And it doesn't take away from the event and how amazing it is and what it brings to our city. It's just actually just wanting to ensure that we follow policy and that we don't make exceptions. So, thank you, Mayor. So that's it for my questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Williams, questions, please.
How many vendors from Barstow did your first event?
Our first event, it was very few. We started like with, is it 10? Like Barstow? We started off like with 10, and right now we have like 15, a little bit over 15. But also, you know, the process to get business license, it does take long. We have to submit everything 20 days before, and you know, it's been a little bit of challenge, but we've been working with that.
So I want to be clear, 15 vendors are signed up for residents in Barstow to do your events?
Yes. What is it? Oh, they're not. Yeah, they're not resident, but they're usually from the, from Barstow residents, we have like, like 4.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so you got 4 residents.
Barstow residents, yeah, like.
How many requests are you getting from the citizens in Barstow to do your event?
We get a lot of requests from Barstow. I'm sorry, we haven't got much. Yeah, no, we haven't got much.
I know you're getting some because I sent them to you.
Yeah, we have a few, but they haven't really like went through wanting to go through the process.
So with the business license, are you telling me that you're making sure all these vendors have business license, or their business license under you?
No, they have to have their proper Barstow business license, their seller's permit, and the food handlers for the food vendors. So yeah, they cannot attend the events if they don't have the licensing. They have to be fully licensed to attend.
I'm going to make that clear one more time, that we don't have vendors out there not paying their business license. And you're making,
no.
you're making
They're
sure
all,
it happens.
yeah, even the city, the code is that they go and check before the event, and everyone has to have their business license there and been approved.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Mr. Ted Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wiesma.
Thank you. Thank you. Sounds like this is a great organization, doing a wonderful job, and I'm glad to see that they're out there doing this. And I hope we have many events in this city through the help of this organization. However, I have to agree that it should not be an easy thing to overcome policy and make exceptions. Any exception to policy should be something that has an overriding benefit to the city. And unfortunately, I don't see that there is an overriding benefit to the city to make an exception to this. They can still hold their event, they just don't get their $350. Just the way I read what's going on here. So I would think you should approve them having their event, but not approve the funding request until such time as they have their 501c3 approval from IRS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesman.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. I just have a few questions. she said earlier it needed 20 days, and this is only 5 days. Today's the 1st, and it's supposed to be held on Sunday, which is the 6th. So it's not 20 days before that they filed for this, I presume, according to this. And then the in-kind, what happens if would they have the event anyway? And who would be paying the $350.10? Would they be paying it? Yes, we would. And then the main problem is that not too long ago, there was an event at the Harvey House, and they didn't have a 501c. And they did not get any money for it because they had no 501c. My main problem is the 15 vendors, only 4 are local. We don't know anything about the other 11. Have they filed for the city license fee to do this in general? Yes, they have. I'd like staff to answer the question. And I'd like to know, why is somebody bringing a product to the city and there's no 501c local to benefit? Because usually these things are done to benefit the community itself and the organization that's involved in it. And we've always had a nonprofit organization, which was to help them in general. And that's the main purpose, is to help the local people. And I just find it very odd, and I'm tired of watching these programs come. They know it's 20 days in advance, and they come a week before it's done. They need it. That's not the way to conduct business. That's a dangerous thing, because if you don't know the vendors, you don't know anything about the vendors that are coming in, and it's not local people. We don't know what we're getting. You're getting a pig in a poke. And we need to be more precise in what we're doing, and what we're giving benefits this community and organizations in this community, because this is local money. This is Measure Q money. It's taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
And our last speaker on this item is Ms. Marcia Wiesma.
Welcome, Mrs. Wiesma.
Thank you. Gosh, they've said a lot of everything that I wanted to say, but at the last council meeting, I thought something was said is we need to talk about this. They're having a little problem with issues. Anyway, the event did happen in June, and Tex had a very nice Facebook page. Lots of baked potatoes being eaten, Tex. Anyway, I'm questioning whether it is wise to go ahead and do this for 2 events, because they're not going to get their funding or anything back by August. The states are really slow. But anyway, Rose, what is the policy? You're good on rules and policy. What is the correct policy? I expect that question answered. My opinion is they should not do it. They do not have the 501c3, which is a nonprofit, and all of our other people that have come to the podium and asked for money have had to do it and have the events. I'm wondering why this is coming out of Measure Q in the first place. If it's so important, do we still not have that mayor's slush fund? Remember Willie's big fund that he gave people things all around? You should check into that. But if not, they're willing to come again. They said they would. They'd be here. They'll come in August too. Maybe next year they'll have it, and they'll still be here. We need to look into that, but I don't think we should do it at this time. I don't think it's proper without the paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiesma.
That is all the comment we have on this item.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council for questions. See no, okay, questions. Councilmember Williams, still questions. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Rose, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question for staff for clarification. this before us is asking for funding, which is separate from the TUP that they would have put in place. Was the TUP put in 20 days prior to per policy?
Yes. Yes, this item was actually on the previous council meeting as well, so they had applied before they could even get into the city council meeting. So I don't know the exact date, but I do know our staff has been working with them to educate and to provide them information and from their previous event, and we've been working with them, and so I do know that they submitted for sure within the time frame.
And yeah, so they're two separate things, and I just wanted to make that very clear. I wanted to make sure that the 20-day timeframe had been met. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more requests for questions, entertain a motion. Discussions after motions.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to not approve this at this time because of the lack of the 401c. 501c, sorry.
Well, I mean, if we don't motion to approve, it wouldn't get approved. Do we need a motion to not approve?
Right?
Yes, you can make a motion to deny the application.
Okay, I've got a motion to deny the application.
I second.
I've got a second on the motion to deny the application. We'll go into discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So I just want to make very clear that my motion to deny is not against what an amazing event this is and what it brings to our city. It's just a matter of following policy and ensuring that everybody's treated fairly, because we have locals and we have sports organizations that we hold them to this standard. And we must treat everybody fairly. Without that 501c in place, it would not be in the best interest of us as council members to agree to spend taxpayers' dollars when the policies are not being followed. There is a process, there's policy, and that's the only reason I'm asking for it to be denied. Once this organization or any other organization can bring that, what's required, then that's a whole different ballgame. Then we, look at that, but I don't want to have to go against policy for one when we hold everybody else to that standard. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. I'm in full support of your event and your entrepreneurship. But when this is Measure Q funding and there is no residents that are part of this organization, I think it wouldn't be proper of us to approve it. You get your 501c, and I don't have a problem with your participating in our community and bringing those events forward. But that is very important, and that was a concern for me. And I would appreciate if you would leave a copy of what IRS is still requesting of you, if you don't mind, because maybe there, in some way, we can help you in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Williams.
How rich, huh? I mean, we sit up here and we say rules and policies, and we say we're following policy, yet we went ahead and let a youth sport doesn't have a nonprofit, and yet we let it go. We talk about following rules, yet every one of us voted yes on that one. The other thing is, this is about the community, the residents. This is about bringing events to the city. I get it. Nonprofit, I'm good with that. But when you do it one time and you void a policy, and then you do it again, and then you stand up here and say to the public, hey, we got to follow policy. I mean, how many other policies have we really screwed up on this council and come back and say something like, hey, we got to follow policy? You know what? I thank you for doing the event. I know you're going to do the event with the nonprofit without. I'm going to support you 100%. I'm going to be there with you because I know what you give back to our community. Your last event where the mayor was attending and I attended, you know, it was amazing. I saw the kindness, the caringness, the putting on the water out there and everything else you went through, paying the extra fees to make sure the kids got water out there to do water balloons. We talk about bringing our community together when other events, like you've got summer parks for Hallandale. Every week they're throwing something. You got Apple Valley does concerts in the parks. We talked about doing concerts in the parks for the city. We talked about these events. You know, the $350 is nothing. I'll see you July 6th. I will be there. I'll support you. I agree that, you know, hey, if you want to follow policies and make sure that the nonprofit status is there, you know, I can see that. But to say that we follow policy and we know we don't is ridiculous, and that's my opinion. Why couldn't we take this out of the weed fund money? And is the weed fund money have to be a nonprofit? Does that status of a nonprofit deal with the cannabis funds?
I am going to defer to staff because I am not certain on the details of the requirements for the cannabis fund.
I don't know.
Is it going to be the same policy as Measure Q funding for, and have to be a nonprofit, or is the cannabis money going to be for-profit or nonprofit?
So my understanding is that, you know, there's multiple funds, obviously, but the community promotional fund, that money is in there, that big dollar amount.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding is we're, number one, we haven't developed the policy. So it's not, we're currently working on that policy, and then it comes back to council for adoption. So currently there is no policy.
Okay.
That's
We approved the funding to have so much percentage to go to events for the city, though.
correct.
But we don't have a policy.
Yeah, the
That's
policy is
great.
not all the way done, and so
Okay.
the money's still sitting there.
All right, well, I'm going to leave you with this. Thank you for what you're doing. I will be there July 6th on 1 foot or no feet, I don't care, but thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Rose?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I just, you know, again, I think that all of us, you know, appreciate the event and what you're bringing to the community. And it's a matter about following policy. And I did mention, and I was very transparent about another sports organization that I can remember. However, they, I thought that they had had the nonprofit status, and if they didn't, I do also know that no money was spent at that point when they were asking, that they would have to show it that next day, and if they didn't, they wouldn't get the money. Nothing was purchased at that time. So we were following a protocol that they would not get anything without that status, period. So it's no different here. Just want to make that very clear. But I believe that we all believe in your event. We appreciate what you're bringing to us. And like Councilwoman Hernandez said, you know, once you get it, bring it back, and we would be more than happy to review it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so we have a first and second. Before we go, I'm going to, question that was asked, was answered during the presentation because it was asked by council, and that is that every vendor does have a city license. Was that correct?
Yes,
Okay, 'cause it
yes,
was-
that's part of the TUP process.
Right, it was asked by the public, but I was sure I heard that answered already. And they also answered whether they would have the event anyway. So Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Yes, Mayor, and I was just going to ask that if we're very clear when you talk, you know, reiterate the motion that it's to deny, so okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Rose, second by Councilmember Hernandez. The motion is to deny the applicant. I'll call for the vote.
And the motion fails. 2-3.
Do I have a motion for approval?
We change it?
The motion to deny loses. But if I don't have a motion, then it just goes away.
Now, I'll make the motion that we accept the staff recommendation, and if the applicants can produce a 501, they can continue with the event.
They're going to continue with the event, so the motion would be to approve the waiving if they get the 501c.
Correct. Just getting it. Just getting it.
Prior to the event.
If that's the recommendation from the staff. Prior to the event?
To clarify to make it more clear, recommendation to approve with the 501c3, staff further, to make it, your point was well taken, collect the money and reimburse once they receive their 501c3 is what the clarified staff recommendation would be.
Okay, and
Is
I'm
that-
okay with that. Yes.
Okay.
If I may add, the policy does say that the fees are not retroactive.
So, yeah, can't do that.
Right.
Can I just ask, is this $350 for both events?
Yes, so the applicant has already paid for the first event that's coming up, so then this would cover the second event in
So
August.
this would be, and so we could go forward with approval for the August 10th waiving of the fees, provided that they produce the 501c3 in time for that
Yes.
Okay,
event.
so if you want to then make the motion, Councilmember Noble would be to approve it for the August 10th if they produce the 501c.
And that is my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Noble to approve for the August 10th event, waiving of the fees, if they produce the 501c. I have a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote.
And the motion to approve the August 10th event waiving fees if the 501c3 is approved passes 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll move on to item number 8. Number 8 is the Girl Scouts of San Gregorio, a nonprofit organization, has submitted a Community Promotional Fund application, Measure Q, requesting in-kind financial assistance from the city in the amount of $500 to help offset the facility costs associated with the hosting of its Girl Scout Experience event scheduled for Saturday, September 13th, 2025 at Dana Park. Staff's recommended action is that staff recommends that the City Council approve the in-kind donation of $500 to the Girl Scouts of San Gregorio to assist with the facility costs of the Girl Scout Experience event on Sunday, September 13th, 2025 at Dana Park. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I will turn this over to Maribel Hernandez to provide the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Girl Scouts is requesting a fee waiver of $500 for use of the Dana Park. They are looking to do the Girl Scout Experience, which it refers to a unique journey girls take, which is designed to help them grow into strong, confident, and capable leaders through hands-on learning, community involvement, and personal development. The Girl Scouts has seen a downturn in membership, so they would like to share some of the things that they provide for the Girl Scouts or the members that are part of their organizations to see if they can get more individuals involved. Ms. Carol Mack was supposed to be here, but I don't see her here to provide additional information, so I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do you have any questions of staff by council? Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Just want to make sure that the cost for the facility is $500?
That is correct. She's actually using the facility, the building.
Thank you.
See no more requests for questions. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from public?
We have none, no speakers on this item.
Okay, come back to council. Any questions? Seeing none, call for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to motion to approve as submitted.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rose and a second by Councilmember Hernandez to approve the staff's recommendation. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously, 5-0.
I've got a request for a break. With no objection from the council, we will take a break till 10:10. bring this meeting back to order. And with that, we're going to go on to agenda item number 9, first reading and introduction of an ordinance of the City of Barstow, amending section 9.45.030 and 9.45.060 to require temporary use permits for the events where alcohol beverages will be served and consumed on city property or facilities during event rental and use. The staff's recommended action is that the City Council adopt ordinance number 1033-2025 and amend section 9.45030 and 9.45.060 of the Municipal Code. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I will turn this item over to Community Development Director Hildreth to provide the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. The item you have before you tonight is a modification to the current TUP process that we have, and which the basics of it is that we went to rules and policy multiple times, and what we have done is we've added sections into the TUP that highlight alcohol consumption on city property. And what the main objective of this policy was to include city-run functions. So whenever this, and the easiest one for me to give an example of is whenever we have the city Christmas party, there is alcohol served at the city Christmas party. It's not paid for by the city, but the employees put together the Christmas party, and then they have alcohol on site. It was brought up that we need to treat the city as the same as what we treat the citizens, and we require them, if they were to use alcohol, to go through a different process than just a regular TUP, which is including the police chief and them. They have to sign off on that, and the last signer of the TUP is the city manager. With the alcohol, the police chief has to add additional items to it. He verifies certain things, and he makes sure that there is security on the premise. So that is the main change with the TUP process that you have before you tonight, and I am here to answer any questions. And the city attorney's office also is the one that prepared the ordinance change, so if there's any questions, Mr. Jared can also provide some insight.
Okay, council, any questions of staff? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
Yes, we have one, Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. I'm just curious about something. If you go through these regulations, you can sell alcohol. Is this correct? So what would inhibit the senior citizens from doing this? Or can they do the same procedure in their building? Would this apply to them, that they could have an event and sell alcohol? And that's my main question, but I do have another one. They have a contract, and it's against their contract. So how do they do it? They have they've wasted 3 of the last 10 years. They have 7 years left to go on the contract. So can they apply for this even though under their contract they can't do it? Aren't they caught in a... I'd like an answer to my question, if I could. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Bring it back to council for questions. And Mr. Hildreth, are you able to answer those questions? Can the seniors, this change the policy at the senior center? And then Ms. Clayton regarding the contract.
So regarding the TUP, yes, the seniors can do that. And it's at any city event or city property. I apologize for that. Any city property, you're allowed to get a TUP and have no alcohol or have alcohol. There's just a little bit of different requirements whenever you include alcohol. And that's any city-owned facility. And then the one comment I'll let Rochelle answer, but that's why we're modifying the contract currently.
So with that, the attorney's office did prepare a proposed update to the lease with the seniors for the senior center of our building. That was taken to the rules and policy meeting inadvertently. I believe that was an oversight in that the attorney's office sent us over the amended ordinance along with the amended agreement due to the reference to that that process. And so we did put it on rules and policy, should not have gone to rules and policy. That should have just been a direct conversation with the seniors. However, we were just going back and working with the attorney to make some additional changes and provide all of that in totality to their organization so that we could discuss that not as part of the rules of policy process. But that is underway now. That is underway now.
Okay, so they're working on a contract that will allow, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Questions, Councilmember Noble?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. If this was to move forward, when will this take effect, per se, the ordinance?
There has to be a second reading, which is 2 weeks from now, the 15th of July, I believe. And then it's 30 days after that. There's a protest. So I believe it'll be August 15th, approximately. Yeah. And one thing I totally forgot about was, I wanted to throw this information out there, is we do have our application in front of you guys, or in front of council. The one thing that I wanted to point out, though, is that Ms. Clayton, the city manager, has graciously going to provide us with from her other cities, basically a lot easier to read and a step-by-step kind of a process, because a flow chart, so to speak. Because if you look at the application, sometimes it's hard to understand if you're just looking at it. So she's graciously offered to find that for us and provide it, and then we'll modify it to where it'll be for the city of Barstow, but it'll be a step-by-step flow chart to show people how to fill out a TUP. Hey, this triggers, so you have to do this kind of a thing. So it'll be a big flow chart, so it'll make it very user-friendly.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Mayor Pro Tem Rose?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that explanation, Ms. Clayton, because that's exactly what happened through rules and policy. I know this isn't part of the agenda, but I would like us to consider a flow chart for how to do Measure Q funds. That would, all those, that would be great. So I'm glad that we're going to do a flow chart. Thank you.
Okay, see no more questions from council. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez and a second by Councilmember Noble to approve the staff's recommendation. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 10. Adopt Resolution 5229-2025, amending the previously established order of business for the City Council meetings. The purpose of the resolution adjusts the order of business to schedule public hearings earlier in the meeting, thereby encouraging greater community participation and improving the overall efficiency of the council's proceedings. The staff's recommendation is to adopt Resolution 5229-2, there's an extra number there, 2025, amending the City Council's order of business to place public hearings earlier in the meeting agenda. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I did bring this item up and asked and requested for this to be brought forward by staff based on the previous order, or the current order, I should say, of our public hearing being so late in the meeting. We did have recently public hearings that We had a lengthy council meeting, and our public hearing didn't occur until nearly midnight. So not only the staff, but more importantly, the public would like to, if they would like to participate, I think it's more appropriate for us to have these public hearings at the beginning of the meeting so that we can conduct such after presentations, even prior to the consent calendar. And I think it was updated to be within that order, after presentations and ahead of the consent calendar. And if Maribel Hernandez, who assisted in putting this item on the agenda, has anything else to add, I'll turn it over to her. But that is really the purpose of this, really to be more transparent and easier for the public to stay and participate in those public hearings. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I see no questions from council for staff. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you please restate what you said? Because right now, what we're looking at is the proposed public hearing as item number 11. After the presentations, general non-agenda, public comments, and consent calendar.
I did ask for that to be updated to be ahead of, so if that was not updated, I missed, okay.
So it should be placed where?
No, it's correct in where it's at. We did put it ahead of business action items.
Oh, I apologize. So I did want it to be ahead of consent calendar.
Okay.
If I could amend this item now to request approval to go ahead of consent calendar. And the reason for that is just and we have pretty standard process for consent calendar. But
Yeah, I believe we all have it the way you're describing. For some reason, the Mayor Pro Tem has a different version.
Yeah, we're showing it as 11 in the mayor's.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 86.
Okay, yeah, I have it as item 9 after general none. And so does Councilmember,
What page?
page 86, Councilmember Hernandez.
Presentation, general.
But we can make the motion to amend it to move it up to what?
Number 9.
yeah,
Number
so
9.
right, and that's where I have it. On my copy, I have number 9 as well. So
Is there a reason
I'm
that,
not-
how would happen that we all got something different than the mayor and the
I
city
don't-
manager?
I couldn't tell you. We've been having some issues with our system, and
we did make a change. I'll just say that we
Yeah.
did make a change later in the process, so perhaps that.
Okay, we'll clarify in the motion, then it'll be number 9. That's staff's recommendation is number 9. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Do we have any requests to speak?
We have none.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to council. Seeing no questions, I'll call for a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the agenda item as recommended, that the public hearing be moved to number 9.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Noble, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Rose, that we approve staff's recommendation, moving public comments to item number 9 on the agenda.
Public
Any
hearing.
discussion?
Public hearing, not public comment? You said public comment, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I said public comment? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So we're going to move public hearing to item number 9 on the agenda. And any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion to approve moving public hearing to item 9 passes 5-0.
Okay, with that, we move on to number 11. And this is council nominations, appointments to committees due to vacancies. And the recommended action is that the city council appoint council members to fill vacancies in Homeward Bound Committee and the Rules and Policy Committee, designate a representative to serve on the Desert Regional Steering Committee, Review all current committee assignments and determine representation and alternates as appropriate. Ms. Clayton, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It did have two more items to establish new committees if needed and dissolve any committees that are no longer active or functioning. So with that, we do have some vacancies, both on the Homeward Bound Committee and the Rules and Policy Committee. And so looking to fill those vacancies, we would like to see if there's interest in alternate representative for the Desert Regional Steering Committee, and open up any other potential changes. We do have League of California Cities that Councilman Noble currently is the primary representative. So evaluating that as to whether we should shift that. And one committee that has not met since I've been here, and I wanted to just seek council input as to the Barstow Gaming Committee and whether we still keep that in place or dissolve. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do I have any questions of staff? Seeing no questions, are there any requests to speak from the public?
Yes. Yes, we have Mr. Ted Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wiesma.
Thank you. Back again. On your committees, I think you have some members that have been there for years and years. I think you need to have a 2-year term limit for any committee chairman or member, and not just have people on there that go on and on and on and on and on. Also, I think it's appropriate to make sure that any member on any committee, whether it is council member or a member at large from the community, live within the city. I don't think they have to live within a specific district to be on a committee, but they should at least live within the city. I think that's important. And as far as the gaming committee, get rid of it. You won't need it until you get a casino, and that'll be another 20 years down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesman.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. I put in not to speak on this, and then I changed my mind because there's a question I have. Why do we have a gaming committee, considering that we don't profit anything by them? According to the new rules, they don't have to give us anything. So I don't see why we want to help them when we're not going to get anything in return. That's the first time. Second is rules and policy. I'd like to see you take over rules and policy instead of the current person that's in charge. We need a change of pace. And I think we really could use somebody like you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Ms. Marcia Wiesma.
Welcome, Mrs. Wiesma.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I'm looking at this and going, why do we have to fill the vacancies on city council? And how many of you are going to take on an extra position? That leaves Tim, Mr. Noble James, and Carmen, because Tex and Rose just cannot get it together any longer. There is reasons, and we all know them. As far as the other ones, I do think you should have a limit on the committees. Measure Q says 2 years. Some people are putting on 4.5 now. We look at the other one, Planning and Zoning. We've had people be on there since day one, so it's over 16 years now. Are they effective? Who knows? Who cares at this point? Members at large in our city, I believe they should live here. And you know why I feel they should live here. And you know how I feel about Measure Q. You put someone on there who claims he lives in the city. He clearly does not live at that address, although he did list that address with the registers of voters, and it was confirmed by myself and Miss Maribel. And he claims, ha, ha, ha. And when he comes to the Measure Q meeting, there's a fight between two gentlemen all the time. That's not what Measure Q is about. So I do think that you need to be very careful when you're establishing those. Dissolve the crappy ones that have been here for years and years and years since the city was formed. You can always start up a new one if you have to. Again, I suppose we have to check with Matthew on all this stuff because he seems to know it all. But I think it's a big decision, so work it out, council. And if some of you have to take on an extra committee, I guess you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Weisman.
And our last speaker is Mr. Ron Beardshire.
Welcome, Mr. Beardshire.
Thank you, Mayor and council, staff. Thank you for your attention to these details. This has been so much fun. I can't wait till bedtime hits. Okay, so I am here representing New Life Fellowship, and I'm currently on the Homeward Bound Committee. I attend the DRSC meetings because it's the governing body from the county in the high desert that decides what entity will receive funds for homeless grants. We need representation at this body. We need strong representation. Now, I'll go ahead and do your job for you, just because I'm a nice guy. I'm sure you can do it fine, but I would prefer Mr. Silva would be on that committee, or Ms. Clayton. But going down the list, if that's not possible, Mr. Chapa would be a good representative on that body. And the reason I say that is because that carries a lot of weight. And there's a lot of stuff happening at the committee. Right now, HHAP 3 funds may be redistributed, almost $400,000. HHAP 4, which is the grant we have, we think, and prayerfully we believe is coming through in September probably, maybe October, but we think it's finally coming through. That's almost $400,000. HHAP 5, HHAP 6 is rolling out with RFPs, and so we have a good succession of grants that we could go after, and we need strong, forceful, high-up leadership consistently at these meetings, and that's what's going to help our community get grants for homeless operations and helping the homeless and getting them off the street and all those things. So I just want to advocate for a strong leadership in the city, at least in the initial role, and the secondary person. It's got to be what it's got to be. Having said all that, if it gets down to this point, I think Eugene Batishi would be a good member for that. But that's what I think. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beardshire.
We have no more comment.
Thank you. So normally we'd come back to questions. I think because we need to discuss, I'll entertain a motion for discussion so we can start discussing.
Okay.
I have a motion for discussion by Councilmember Noble.
A second.
I have a second by Councilmember Williams. Call for the vote. Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll go into discussion. I just want to let the council know the reason I had the original request was for Councilmember Williams to step off of Homeward Bound and Rules and Policy. The reason I brought the whole list back is one is I noticed on League of Cities, and I thought I was the representative and I'm the alternate. So, Mr. Noble, would you be willing to move me to the representative? I do attend all the meetings. And when
Mayor, yes, I would recommend that, but also I would recommend that Councilman Williams be the alternate.
Okay, we'll make a note of that. Councilmember Williams, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. I will recommend that we keep the Barstow Gaming Committee. It meets when needed. There hasn't been a need, but there will be a need someday. So I would recommend we keep that. That will need to be, not need to be in the motion because it wasn't brought up for it to be eliminated. And then as far as Homeward Bound, is there anyone willing to step up? I will step up. As far as rules and policy, is there anyone willing to step up? I will step up. A question for staff on the DRSC, Desert Regional Steering Committee. What was the recommendation there? Was it for a council member, for a staff member?
There was no recommendation. I am happy to be the primary for that committee. I've had a lot of experience and was very involved in those homeless programs in my former city. I'm aware of a lot of the partnerships and the opportunities. So I am happy to nominate myself, volunteer for that.
Okay. All right. Did anyone else have any discussion on this item?
I would serve as the alternate if they needed to.
Sorry, are you referring to the DRSC? Okay. All right, so seeing no more discussion, any questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion. The motion would be League of Cities, I would become the representative. Councilmember Williams would become the alternate. Homeward Bound, Councilmember Williams would step off, I would step on. Rules and Policy, Councilmember Williams would step off, I would step on. The Desert Regional Steering Committee, we would recommend or nominate the city manager, Ms. Clayton, with the alternate being Councilmember Williams. I'm also going to ask that in the motion for Homeward Bound and Rules and Policy, Mayor Pro Tem, if it's acceptable, that I be moved to chair and you to alternate.
It's absolutely acceptable.
Thank you. I'll need that as a motion. I stated it, so you don't have to repeat it, just motion.
So I move based on what you already discussed.
Okay, I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second. Oh.
I have a motion by Councilmember Noble and second by Mayor Pro Tem Rose. And Madam Clerk, did you need that repeated, or did you have all that?
I have it. I'll
Okay.
go ahead and I'll read it back as well. So I have Homeward Bound, I have Mayor Silva and Mayor Pro Tem Rose as the alternate. Rules and Policy, Mayor Silva and Mayor Pro Tem Rose as the alternate. I have League of Cities, Mayor Silva and Councilmember Williams as the alternate. I have on the High Desert Regional Steering Committee, I have Ms. Clayton and the alternate when needed, Councilmember Williams, and to also keep the Gaming Committee as keep and meet when needed.
Well, that's not in the motion because it's there. We're just, I was just making it clear we would need a motion to remove it, so it's just going to stay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so we have motion, second, any discussion? I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We have no public hearings, so we'll go on to public safety updates. And who wants to go first?
I have no update. Thank you.
Okay. Chief Cisneros, that means you're going first.
I almost have no update, but just you have a safe Independence Day, and hopefully we're not too busy. So that's it.
Thank you. Council committee reports, Councilmember Hernandez.
Happy to report, we have Mojave Air Quality on June the 23rd, on which we approved the budget. Happy to report it's going to be dark in July, as is the Southern California Association of Governments for July and August. And my understanding is the street committee has been canceled for tomorrow. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two things. 8 July, the military affairs will meet at 8:30 at the Los Domingos, at your 8 o'clock at Los Domingos, and on the 21st, the VVTA will also meet at in Hesperia at 9:30. Just a note that July 10th, the new Garrison CSM will be having his change of responsibility, and that'll be at Sandy Basin. I failed to write down his name, but I will have it at the next council meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Williams.
None.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So Homeward Bound, the next meeting is July 10th, 5 p.m. And the Rules and Policy meeting, the next meeting, or the last meeting was canceled due to lack of quorum. And the Rules and Policies next meeting will be July 22nd at 5 p.m.
Thank you. On June 20, I attended the SBCTA Mountain Desert meeting. It was a rather short one. However, we did have nominations for upcoming chairs. I was nominated as vice chair. I accepted, and it got approved. Barstow Chamber Economic Development was on June 25th, and that is a short 2 weeks. So with that, we will go on to business of the council. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. Been interesting, the calls I got. And one of them was ICE in our community. And I haven't heard anything about that. But someone explained to me that being illegal is not a criminal act, it's a civil issue. But I said that I would address it. The other thing is that I got a complaint about parking at the seniors. So I hope that can be resolved. I told the parties to work together to mediate the issue. It was not a city issue at this point. And I also was asked regarding the seniors, at one time they had legal aid come up once a month and Social Security, and they wanted to know if that was still ongoing at the senior center. So my understanding, it's fine. It's that continuing. So if that information, perhaps the seniors at the next council meeting could give the exact date when they come up, that would be appreciated. And that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Williams. I'm sorry, Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. Just city manager, if we can, again, get with the senior citizen and discuss moving forward. Other than that, there was a lot of stuff that was put out today, some new stuff that I wasn't tracking, but I will go back and look at my municipal code again, because I wasn't aware about the trash can either. Mine is on the side of the house. Sometime I had it in front of the garage and stuff, but those are things that we have to learn, and I'll go back and read my stuff to make sure I'm in compliance with everything now. So appreciate the presentation from code enforcement. It's a lot of good information that was put out, and I appreciate that. And if we can look at across the board any of those other committees out there that we can get an update, a briefing on, would be something that the staff as a whole, or the council as a whole, and these citizens will be aware of as well. And then the last thing is, there was some information put out in reference to the Humane Society opening up, but there was nothing up on any of our web pages or websites and stuff. Can we make sure that that happens? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Noble. Councilmember Williams.
First of all, I think we picked the right city manager. I support the city manager. You guys want to talk about, if she's traveling or not traveling? She's got 5 people that are probably calling her at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night when she's not supposed to be working. So it was kind of a disrespectful statement. I didn't appreciate it. I didn't like it at all. The statement for Mr. Noble, because he dresses well and all that stuff, I didn't appreciate that either. He's an honorable man. I've known him for 20-plus years. I didn't appreciate that at all. Those are trying to make an issue between me and Rose. It's not going to happen. I'm going to tell you that right now. We may not agree, but we damn sure respect each other and her position. And that's not going to happen. We're not going to go back to what everybody wants or what they think they're going to get. Transparency. For those who say there's no transparency, you just had code enforcement presentation. I can't tell you how many presentations you've had since we've taken these seats. Now, you may not get the transparency that you think you want or you're asking for, but you have gotten more transparency out of this council on everything from roads to Measure Q to audits that the Mayor Pro Tem has asked for. You got to be kidding me. I don't know how much more I can hold back when I hear someone say that we're not transparent. Code enforcement was done tonight, and we've learned so much, but it wasn't easy for code enforcement to stand up there and take those shots, but we did it. So I'm getting pretty tired of hearing non-transparency. I got to tell you, the youth organization. That's a nonprofit. They were gotten pitching machines and everything else from the past, not just last year, but multiple years in the past. And the nonprofit status was never good. So when I say these things about policy, it's not a knock on fellow council members or anybody else. It's about we make a statement of policies, yet even though I wasn't sitting up here, those nonprofits weren't nonprofits, and they still got it from previous council members. That's what I'm talking about. So it's not a hit on anyone up here. It's not a disrespect to anyone up here. It's just that we say we're going to follow policies, and yet I can give you example after example on policies where nonprofits weren't being followed, and it's not a hit on anybody. To the city manager, to the Mayor Pro Tem, and to the mayor, let me apologize for my Facebook post a couple of months ago, or a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, whatever it was. My intent was not to hurt anybody. My intent was not to disrespect anybody. Sometimes I don't think, and so that's a problem for me. And I do have a temper, and that is a problem, which I appreciate some of my council members letting me know. Also, Chief, Fire Chief, I'm going to tell you saved my life. And if it was 3 weeks later, and I'm sure you probably already know this, but I would have been either one leg missing or dead. That's how severe that was. It wasn't for the fire chief tricking me and getting me sent down there, I wouldn't be here today. I wasn't going. The man called me every single day to make sure I was good. The man came and visited me, but what more importantly is once he saw the picture, he was the one that says, you got to go. He knew I was stupid, he knew I was ignorant, and I wasn't going to do it. So when I say he saved my life, he saved my life. And I appreciate that. But it also shows me how our police and fire care about our community. When they take their time out to trick and lie to somebody to get them down there, I appreciate it. I am a stubborn person. If you see me up here sometimes making faces or throwing my pen, I got to work on some issues. I'm new to this. I'm a mess. And And that's what it is. For you guys trying to make more out of what's going on between me stepping down and all that stuff like that, trust me, it ain't going to happen. I'm not getting into it, not going to discuss it. That's just the way it is. Sometimes I get myself in a position where, I make mistakes. And I opened my mouth, and I probably made a mistake by stepping down, but, I did it, and I'm going to abide by it, and that's what's going to happen. So to the Mayor Pro Tem, and City Manager, once again, I apologize for the post. I will be more careful and more diligent about what I'm doing and try to be better.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Now that's true transparency. Thank you, Councilman Williams. So I just want to make sure that our city manager does meet with senior citizens and get that on the calendar as soon as possible. And also, I concur with Council Member Noble in regards to the animal control transition. I found out yesterday, a call was made to the police, and a couple of days and last week, and then they were told today, oh, by the way, it's changed. So if we can get that out to the general public, that would be wonderful. Also, I want to thank the city manager and Mr. Hildreth for answering my emails in regards to some buckled sidewalks on Arbor Way and some concerns on safety for code enforcement on certain properties. So thank you for that, and thank you for getting that on the future schedule to get those corrected. Also, I don't need an answer, but can you look into the Stater Brothers parking area? I'm not sure who's in charge of it, but there's only one handicap parking, and I've already had a number of concerns. One handicap parking in front of the credit union at Front Wave. There's only one handicap parking, and everything else is non-handicap, so there is concern about that. And what I also want to address is transparency and narratives and facts. So there has been narratives, and I want to address Ms. Wiesma first of all. Your narrative was that I stood up and I spoke and I said that you cannot speak as a proxy for Mr. Hernandez. I never stood up, and actually it was our city attorney. It was our city attorney that actually gave us the actual law as to why the proxy was not allowed. That was not my call. That was by our legal counsel. And it wasn't against Mr. Hernandez. It was just following what was in place, and the attorney gave us that information. As far as picking a fight with you, Mr. Hernandez, I'm not picking a fight, and I'm not going to argue your narrative. I just want to say that, but going back to Ms. Wiesma, please keep my family out of this, because I have a very wonderful, loving family, so I would appreciate if you keep my family out of what you're trying to accomplish here. As far as Mr. Hernandez, I'm not trying to pick a fight, Mr. Hernandez, and I owe you and Ms. Hernandez, my peer, an apology, because sometimes I come across as very astute, seem as aggressive. I owe you an apology for doing that. However, and I'll say it one more time, and it has been corrected, is that it wasn't about the handicap parking and you calling in 48 hours and doing the process. You have been. It was about you coming in through the unauthorized areas of City Hall, and that was the concern. But I believe that we're already past that, and I believe that, like I said, I owe you and Ms. Hernandez, Councilman Hernandez, an apology of how I came across, and I hope that moving forward that we can just continue to go forward. Ms. Hernandez, you bring a lot of good points to this council. 40 years of things that you bring to this council. A lot of it is worth listening to it. Some, it's just poking at us, but you have that right to do so. So I hope that you accept my apology on how I came across, but it might, but my truth was that I was just saying unauthorized areas. That should not happen for anybody. If we allow for one, we should allow for all. But again, I believe that's been taken care of. And I just want to wish everybody a happy 4th of July. Oh, and welcome back, Mr. Williams, Councilman Williams. Happy 4th of July, and I hope that everybody listens to our fire chief and adheres to being safe. And remember out there that if you have illegal fireworks, just remember that word illegal, and you will be most likely caught. And it's not fun when your party is broken up when you are shooting off illegal fireworks. So let's be safe, everybody, and enjoy our holiday. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mayor, before we move on, I'd like to make a motion that we suspend the rules.
I've got a motion by Councilmember Noble to suspend the rules.
I'll second that.
I got a second by Mayor Pro Tem Rose. A call for the vote.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and just to explain to the public, and I think I explained this last council meeting, our meetings are scheduled to end at 11, and it looks as if we're going to go past 11 because we have to continue our closed session. Okay, so comment was made about town halls, and Councilmember Williams, the only one attending. The very first meeting for this council, I announced that I encourage the council members to have town halls and that I would attend them. And I have attended all three that have been set up by Councilmember Williams. I am going to agree with Councilmember Williams on our city manager, Ms. Clayton. It's not a 9-to-5 job. I have talked to her in the evening. I have talked to her on the weekends. She is doing a lot more than the contract calls for as far as hours. I was asked by public regarding the police chief, and my answer was, yes, I do know who was hired because we do get information ahead of time, but it had not been released. So I did say I cannot tell you that information. So I hope the public can see that I do not leak information. I thank Mr. Snell for reporting that. I've received a call. We have people that have reserved Cora Harper in September, and I think we need to assist them in finding a venue. They need 200 plus, and if they're going to stay in Barstow, it's limited. The only place I knew was the Knights of Columbus. They're booked out in September, and I'm talking to my church, but they don't have a contract yet for renting to non-Catholics, so they're working on it. I asked them to rush. So things I attended that were not committees, Together We Can, which is a group of the nonprofits that all meet one day a month, just to say what they're doing, kind of coordinates everything they're doing. Plus they have the one big event. Last year it was in November. This year it'll be in December, but that's where they just had, the event was to start at 1 o'clock. I passed by at 10 o'clock and thought I was late because the line from Cora Harper already went to the fire station. So I've been promising them I would attend, and I haven't been able to because their meetings are on a night that I have another meeting. They moved it this month, or last month, and I was able to attend. I attended the Sports Park Cleanup Day along with Councilmember Hernandez. I stepped in for Councilmember Williams. He had set up a town hall regarding the cemetery done by Ashley. Unfortunately, I introduced her as Amanda, but Ashley did a great job. A lot of information about the cemetery, how it got to where it's at, and what they're doing to turn that around. And I stepped in there because, yeah, your situation. The chamber had a mixer on the 26th. I attended that. And then last Friday, again, is the last Friday of the month, at the Veterans Home, they had the birthdays for all June birthday veterans, so I was there for that. And with that, I don't want to forget our city manager this time, so Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I don't have a lot to update this evening. I do want to respond to some public comments. I want to echo what Director Hildreth responded to on the code enforcement responses. We do not have the staffing capacity and well, it really just the staffing capacity to provide information, nor the policy, to provide information to the complainers that are calling in complaints. We do get hundreds of complaints. They come through an app. It's as easy as getting on an app and submitting something online. It doesn't even take a phone call. And there is follow-up to each of those. There is, to that end, that does appear that that I heard the word targeting, that's not always the case. There are programs that they are going out to address certain specific types that are high hazards, especially during weed and fire season. But a lot of responses or a lot of the contact is as a result of a complaint. So we have to be responsive to those complaints. We're following the municipal code. We do recognize that there could be some code updates that would be more proactive in working with the public, though we are prohibited in some areas if it is a state mandate. So we are going to be rolling out some public education once we get some programs in place. I reported about 2 months ago that I was looking into some website updates, and that would give us the text notification, and those push notifications. We're going to launch a campaign to get signups, but that is a process. We're still just got the contract approved. We're going through the scheduling to get that. It's a 3-month process to get that in place, and then we have to roll out a campaign. So that will take time, getting our website updated, looking at someone to manage that. We currently do not have any employee that is assigned to update our website. We have to rely on departments. We are short-staffed in many departments. Hence, we did have the oversight to update the community on the website for the transition to Humane Society. I have reported that twice previously in my city manager update, and when we approved the contract, it was reported to the public. However, it has not been put on our website, so we're moving forward with getting that updated and getting some social media outreach so that we can inform the public. I truly can't wait until we get that text message notification, because that's just as simple as putting it in a quick text, and everybody looks at their phone and sees whatever we're announcing. So that can't happen. I can't fast forward fast enough for that to happen. I also want to respond to the Miss Fusey's comment and the seniors. I do apologize. I understand she is stating that I lied in that I spoke with the seniors when I responded to Mayor Pro Tem when she questioned me at a previous meeting. I did speak to them. She even admitted today that it was her that I spoke to here in the council chambers following a public comment. However, I have not gone on site to the senior center location to meet with them, as there are many, many demands. But I so graciously appreciate Maribel Hernandez's fielding some of the high priority, urgent matters that need to get on my calendar, because I don't have an executive assistant that's assisting me with my calendar, fielding phone calls, responding to. Assistant City Manager Kenneth Chapa has taken a lot of the workload with the BNSF project and other major projects in the community, which have also helped the workload, but it is a lot that I'm putting in place right now. So I did want to apologize for our misunderstanding and miscommunication, in that I felt when I spoke to the seniors after the meeting here in Chambers that was, and she did reiterate what I had said and spoken with her about last time. And we are going to meet and we're going to talk further about it. But so that the public and the council knows, I'm in process of hiring multiple positions still. One of those positions is going to oversee the senior programs. And I don't mean that the city will necessarily need to conduct all of the senior programs, but we do need to account for funds that go towards the senior programs. I understand the senior center as it's set up now is a membership. It's a membership for money, and it is a lot of programs that do cost. I want to incorporate additional programs that are free to all seniors in the community that entail a staff member coordinating and coordinating the funding that goes out. But in addition to that, they are great volunteers. We have a great group of people and a lot of good programs at the Senior Center that are requesting funds. And to be stewards of the city's government funds that are public funds, we need to make sure that those funds are spent appropriately, and that entails a city staff member overseeing those expenditures, but working alongside the seniors, accepting them as volunteers. And what I would like to go forward with, again, I don't have this person hired yet, but I would like to go forward with volunteers from the Senior Center actually being official volunteers with the city, so that we can say they are city staff volunteers going through our onboarding and going through that process. We don't have that program in place yet. That is what I would like to go forward with. But again, I don't have the staffing there to oversee that. I hope to have that person onboarded within the next couple weeks, and then we'll be able to have a more robust, fully comprehensive senior program that will have free activities for the seniors and also support the needs of the Senior Center as they occupy and as we go forward in updating the lease that we have. Again, we'll work with them directly, not in a public setting, so that even though it's a public document, we need to go through those updates. So that is forthcoming. And we will be scheduling, as I said, I'll be touching base with them afterwards. I believe the 17th was a date that Maribel found on my calendar that could be available. So I know that week we will be scheduling something. My last update is that I am pleased to announce that it did take a lengthy process to go through hiring the police chief. We did have confidentiality that we had to follow, and appreciate that until we get the final clearance when we're hiring, we cannot make those announcements and cannot share who candidates are until they have completed their background. I'm happy to announce that Mr. Christopher Kirby has completed that. Former Captain Kirby of the police department left. I believe it's been over a year and a half or so. I'm happy to welcome him back as the new police chief. Press release will be out to the public by the end of the week. And with that, I just want to wish everybody a happy and safe 4th of July, and for everybody to hopefully, if you're local, can enjoy the city's 4th of July festivities or whatever you are doing with your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton. And with that, we are not going to adjourn at this time. We are going to reconvene for our closed session in 5 minutes.